Okay. John talks too. I was actually just listening to this not too long ago. Kachowski. Yeah.
President Trump has arrested 32,809 arrests for illegal immigrants. Under Biden, in the entire year of fiscal 24,
no, don't show it.
So in 50 days, almost as much as they did in the entire year.
Jesus fuck. Oh, no. Thank you. Trump get. Oh yeah. We missed a lot of, or at least I did. There was the Irish PM stuff. There's a lot of shit. I guess let's watch it.
Tremendous business relationships with Ireland, and that will only get stronger. The relationship we have personally and every other way is very, very strong and very, very good. So I just want to welcome you to Washington, D.C. and
kind of speed it up a little bit.
May I thank you, President? It's a great honor for me to be here to celebrate St. Patrick's with you.
Right.
And I thank you for your hospitality and the warmth of your reception. And I commend you in terms of the work that you're doing, particularly in terms of the pursuit of peace, which we discussed earlier. And I think that's going well. And you really have, in the first sort of 100 days of this government, you've done some extraordinary things very quickly.
Thank you.
Everybody's watching in that respect. So
Thank you.
Delighted to be here. It's an honor to be here.
Well, it's a great honor to have you on. Special people, very special people. I know a lot of Irish, and growing up in New York, I know a couple of your people that used to live in
Ireland,
hey? And now they're here, but they love your country very much. You know, they have a great feeling for your country.
They have, and a lot come back for holidays.
Yeah,
and
they come back.
The Irish laddie.
Checking out with their family, ancestry, and things like that.
Great, fantastic people.
Some go to Doonbeg as well. Yeah.
And we love Doonbeg. I love them. I don't know if I'll ever see it again. Maybe I won't, but
We would like
I
to
think
come
I
back and
will.
see it,
We'll get there. We're going to get there. It's a beautiful place, wonderful place. Any questions?
Mr. President, on tariffs, how far
Yeah, please.
President Trump, how worried are you about the counter tariffs from the EU, which were announced yesterday? And also, how worried should Ireland be, given the fact that it has an asset trade surplus
Fuck, man,
over $50 billion? Neil Martin made it quite nervous about what you would tell him to get.
Well, I don't think he looks nervous to me. And if he was nervous, he wouldn't show it. No, we do have a massive deficit with Ireland, because Ireland was very smart. They took our pharmaceutical companies away from presidents that didn't know what they were doing. And, it's too bad that happened. It's a tremendous job. Look, the Irish are smart. You're smart people. And you took our pharmaceutical companies and other companies, but, through taxation and proper taxation, they made it very, very good for companies to move over there. And we had presidents and people that were involved in this that had no idea what they were doing, and they lost big segments of our economy. The European Union treats us very badly. They have for years. I saw that. I had it out with them in my first term. Did well, but we had to solve other problems, and we did. But European Union's been very tough, and it's our turn too. We get a turn at that also. But they have not.
The United States imports pharmaceuticals from various countries, within the top sources being Ireland, the leading exporter of pharmaceuticals to to the
the
U.S.
European Union. So I'm not knocking
19.8%.
it. They're doing what they should be doing, perhaps, for the European Union, but it does create ill will.
Next is
And,
Germany,
as you know, we're going to be doing reciprocal
Switzerland,
tariffs. So whatever they charge
then
us,
India,
we're charging them.
and then
Nobody can complain
China.
about that. Whatever it is, it doesn't even matter what it is.
Those
If
are
they
the top
charge
5
us-
countries.
If they charge us 25 or 20% or 10%
Yeah,
or
so
2% or
Ireland being
200%,
like about
then that's
20%.
what
Yeah,
we're
that's pretty
charging
big.
them. And
That is
so I don't
pretty
know why
big.
people get upset about that, because there's nothing more fair than that.
Mm.
And we had a problem with Ontario, and they dropped that when I let them know what we were going to be doing. They dropped it immediately, so I'm glad, because electricity, you shouldn't be playing with electricity. It affects people's lives. Actually their life. I mean, it can affect, depending on weather, it can affect their life, so we can't do that. And it doesn't make sense that our country allows electricity to be made in another country and sold into us. Who did that deal for the United States? Okay, I looked at that long ago, and I said that's not something that's very smart. So we've had a lot of bad trade policies, and yet we're doing very well.
That's what I was
right now.
talking about, how our power
We're doing
system's
well
all fucked
because
up.
I won the election. If I
Not
didn't
even
win the
our
election,
own
we would have
grid.
had a very bad period. I
Oh,
think a
fuck
lot
are
of
we
the
paying
stock
for
market
shit?
going down was because
These
of the really
fuckwits.
bad 4 years that we had.
Hmm?
When you look at inflation and
They're
all
all
the
shitty.
other problems that I mean, wars and inflation.
They all
and
hate
so many other
America.
Problems. But we're going to have very good years. We had,
I'm
I don't know if you
kidding.
saw a little thing like the cost of eggs, little to you, but big to people out there, down almost 30%.
It's just Trudeau. Trudeau's a piece
in
of
the
shit.
last, few
Actually, he
days.
stepped down
We got a lot
apparently.
of things. We have a
For some
Secretary of
reason, I don't know what the
Agriculture,
fuck
and,
happened.
we did a lot of things that got the cost of eggs down very substantially, and so many other things. A very big thing that I'm very happy with is oil is down to $65 a barrel, and that's faster than I would have anticipated. We put on the gas, we stepped in the gas in order to get oil, and what's happening. So we're getting that down, and when energy comes down, prices are going to be coming down with it. So in a very short period of time, we've done a very good job. And I think that the tariffs that we're talking about, and again, reciprocal, I think that the tariffs, there are some cases where they're a little beyond reciprocal because, you know, we've been abused for a long time as a country. We have been abused really for a long time, and we will be abused no longer. Okay.
Are you going to retaliate to the EU? Retaliate?
Sir, would you describe for us as
Man, it's just talking up a storm.
Workforce, and what responsibility do you feel to the civil servants who have now lost their jobs? Many of them worked at the Department of Education during their first term.
Sure, I do. I feel very badly, but many of them don't work at all. Many of them never showed up to work. Many of them never showed up to work, Kelly, and unfortunately, and
Never.
and when we cut, you know, we go, and that's what I had a number of meetings with a lot of people over the last couple of months. When we cut, we want to cut, but we want to cut the people that aren't working or not doing a good job. We're keeping the best people, and Linda McMahon is a real professional, actually a very sophisticated business person, and she cut a large number, but she kept the best people. And we'll see how it all works out. But our country was run very badly. I mean, whether it was that or contracts that were signed that was so bad, so obviously bad. And I go through them in speeches.
Oh,
I
yeah,
could go through
shit.
them all day long. I could read for billions and hundreds of billions of dollars. And all of that fat and waste and fraud and abuse is being taken out. But it's incredible what's happened. Now, Department of Education's maybe more so than any other place, has a lot of people that can be cut. They're, number one, not showing up to work. Number two, they're not doing a good job. And if you take a look at our education process, and if you look at the charts, because they have numerous charts where they do the top 40, we're at number 37, 38, 39, and 40. And recently they hit, during Biden's last few days, they hit last. So they were number 40, and yet we're number one in cost per pupil. So it's pretty bad. But we have a dream, and you know what the dream is? We're going to move the Department of Education. We're going to move education into the states, so that the states, instead of bureaucrats working in Washington, so that the states can run education. And you have Norway, you have Denmark, you have Sweden, you have Finland, you have various countries that do very well. You also have China. that does very well in education, which is a pretty big tribute to China, I must say.
Well, that's
1.4
because China.
billion, and they're in the top 10, and it's pretty amazing. So we can't blame size anymore. You know, normally you blame size. It's too big. How can you do
Okay.
it? China does it. So we think when you
Okay.
move it back to Iowa and Indiana and all the states that run so well, there's so many, I could name 30, maybe almost 40. Those will be as good as Denmark. Those will be as good as Norway, and they'll be as good as any of these. I believe they'll be as good as any. Now, then you're going to have 10 that won't be so great. You're going to have 5 that will not be good at all, but we'll work with them and we'll get them to be good. But what we want to do
dropped
is
my
always
phone.
school choice, but we're going to do school choice, and we're doing it. But we want education to be moved back where the states run education, where the parents of the children will be running education, where governors that are doing a very good job will be running education, not run. I drive through the city and I see like so many buildings, Department of Education, Department of big buildings, and by the way, they're empty. Nobody shows up to work. So I think Linda did a very good job.
Mr. President, do you
They're
have a
empty.
meeting with Vladimir Putin scheduled or conversation? What would be your
I
position?
won't comment on that, but we had a great success yesterday. We have a full ceasefire if it kicks in. We have to see. It's up to Russia now. But we've had a good relationship with both parties, actually. And we'll see. We'll be knowing people are going to Russia right now as we speak. And hopefully we can get a ceasefire from Russia. And if we do, I think that would be 80% of the way to getting this horrible bloodbath finished. It's a bloodbath is taking place over there. On average, 2,000 to 3,000 young people a week are being killed in that stupid war that would have never happened if I were president. So we have people going over there, Mr. VP. Do you have anything to say about it? Because you're very much involved. What's going
Yes,
to
sir.
happen?
Well, we've got some conversations that are
JD
happening
Vance is
on the
there.
phone and in person with some of our representatives over the next couple of days. As the president said, we think that we're in a very good place where the Ukrainians have agreed to a ceasefire, and we're now going to see whether we can get the Russians to agree to a ceasefire too, and we'll certainly have news on that when we find out that news.
Are you confident that Vladimir Putin will
Jeez.
keep the ceasefire?
We haven't spoken to him yet with substance because we just found out and we just were able to get Ukraine to agree. So we're going to know very soon. I've gotten some positive messages, but a positive message means nothing. This is a very serious situation. This is a situation that could lead to World War III. And Biden should have never let it happen. Incompetence allowed this to happen. This shouldn't have happened. October 7th in the Middle East should have never happened with Israel. The horrible leaving, the way they left Afghanistan should have never happened. Inflation should have never happened. You know, we have great inflation numbers, by the way, just got released. Inflation is way down, and it's based on what we've done, and we've done it in a very short period of time. You know, we had virtually no inflation. For 4 years, we had almost no inflation, and when these characters took over, we went from no inflation to the worst inflation probably in the history of our country. So it's very interesting. Go ahead.
Are you going to retaliate against
And by the way, I have to speak of inflation. I love these socks. What's with these socks?
It's in honor of the Taoiseach.
I'm trying to stay focused, but I'm very impressed with the VP's socks.
What the fuck, Trump?
Such an important role in the peace process, and yet half the parties from the Northern Ireland government have decided not to come to St. Patrick's Day celebrations.
They haven't, what?
They haven't come over, they're boycotting the St. Patrick's Day celebrations.
What are they boycotting?
They are talking about your position on Gaza as one of the reasons why they...
Oh, I haven't heard that. I really haven't heard that. Look.
Can I just say, I'd like to pay tribute to the President on the peace initiatives. The one thing we've learned in Ireland about the peace process that you've just spoken about, and I recall back in the early 90s, when the first tentative steps to get peace in Ireland, people criticised people like John Hume or people like Albert Reynolds, the then Taoiseach. They kept going. And when we got that ceasefire in 93, okay, it took a number of years to get the comprehensive peace settlement. But again, the guns more or less largely went silent. The war in Ukraine is a devastating war on young people. And I think that very simple, straightforward narrative is to be commended. We all have children. We're shocked at the prospect of young people losing their lives in that number, be they Ukrainian, be they Russian, whatever. Anything we can do to stop the violence, I think, is an extremely positive day. And there will be all sorts of people having qualifications on it and all the rest of it. It's our job then to work on it and to try and build it, Europe, US, and everything.
I will say, and thank you for that, but I will say, last week, 2,500 young people died while we sit here and talk.
Yeah.
And while they talk about peace, but They've
Yeah,
been talking about peace.
it's all people are fucking doing nowadays.
If I was president. That's what makes me more angry than anything else, because you've had far more people die than they report, than these people report, for whatever reason. But you had far more people. The numbers are far more devastating. You'll find that out someday. And it doesn't affect you very much. They're not Irish, and they're not from my country. They're from Russia mostly.
That's all
from
people
Russia
are
and from
doing
Ukraine.
nowadays.
And people could say, why are you doing this? Why are you involved in that?
Yap.
Because there are 2,000 people a week are
Yap
dying.
the fuck away.
And they have families, and they have mothers, and they have
Call
fathers,
bloody
and they have
murder,
sisters, and they have
cry
brothers and
wolf,
friends.
cry like a little
And they're
bitch.
dying. And I've seen the pictures, the satellite
Be a
pictures
terrorist,
that we see all the time.
sympathize.
And it looked like Gettysburg in its prime, because that was, they say, one of the most horrific battles ever. You have kids lying all over these fields that are dead, because the weapons today are unbelievable, between drones and various types of guns. I'm not even talking about beyond that with the big babies. You understand what I mean? I hate to even mention the name. I hate to mention it. You have weapons today that are so powerful. And I see kids every week. I see pictures of kids laying all over the field dead. They're dead. Beautiful kids. They're dead. And they're not from here and they're not from where you are, but he's working very hard. We're all working hard to get this thing finished. It's crazy over nothing, and it's not going to go anywhere. It's just a terrible situation. And I think we have a chance to get it done. So we've gotten half of it as a ceasefire, and if we can get Russia to stop, then we have a full ceasefire, and I think it'll never go back to war. I think something will.
Jesus Christ.
There's been a lot of talk recently. The government of Ireland needs to bring in what's called the Occupied Territories Bill, which would ban goods from occupied territories. I know you met with Prime Minister Netanyahu recently. Did Ireland come up in that conversation? Did he raise any concerns about the Irish government?
One thing I'll tell you, you're not from Israel, that's for sure. She's definitely not from Israel. It's an interesting question coming from you. We talk about everything. Israel has been under siege, as you can see, and
Yeah, even the
October 7th was a
Irish
terrible thing.
people
don't
want
like
to
to
know
mention
some
it, but it was a terrible,
information.
terrible
Wow,
day in the life
that's
of the world.
surprising.
And,
When
it's
did the
amazing when
Irish
people
ever
don't mention
care
that.
about
Those,
our problems?
I've never seen anything like it. Those are other clips I get to see. You know, as president, you get to see
I'm
clips
sorry.
that you'd rather not see. But I see clips, and that was a terrible day for the world. And we're working hard with Israel. We're working hard to see if we can solve the problem. I will say, I just saw 10 hostages, and they were treated really badly. They were really treated badly. I was shocked. I asked them, was there any kindness shown? They were in there. One was in there for 500 days. One was 300.
Wait, is Ireland in NATO?
I said, was there any, 10 of them, I said, was there any kindness displayed? Like, did they ever, like, say, don't worry, you'll be okay? Or give you a little wink? Or give you, like, an extra slice of bread or something?
They aren't, okay.
And
Yeah, so
everybody
why
said,
do they
all
care?
of these people said, zero. It was hatred. It was pure hatred. So, I mean, that's a very deep-seated problem. You have a big problem.
Well, I mean, I shouldn't say that. It was more like the people. Well, I don't know. Not my problem.
You know why they have a housing crisis? Because they're doing so well. They can't produce houses fast enough. That's a good problem, not a bad problem.
Pretty good answer, President.
Congratulations.
Will you put more tariffs on the EU, Mr. President? Mr. President, will you?
Everybody should have that problem. That's okay.
Will you put more tariffs on the EU?
I know this gentleman. He'll get it solved.
Will you put more tariffs on the EU? Will you respond to their retaliation?
Oh, of course I'm going to respond. Our country didn't respond. Look, the EU was set up in order to take advantage of the United States.
Including Ireland? Is Ireland taking advantage of the US?
Of course they are. I have respect for Ireland.
Everyone's
And they should have done just
taking
what they did.
Look.
But the United States shouldn't have let it happen. We had
I have
stupid
to
leaders.
say
We had leaders that didn't have a clue. Or let's say
that
they weren't business
none
people,
of
but they
these
didn't
other
have a clue what was
countries have
happening.
nukes,
All of a
or
sudden,
barely of
there's,
them.
you know, a
If
pharmaceutical
anybody
complex
actually
out of
looked up how many of
this
these countries
beautiful
have
island
nukes,
of- its island
all
of
of it are in the hands of
people.
fucking the three
It's got the
biggest
entire
countries:
US pharmaceutical,
China, Russia, and the
industry
United States.
in its grasp. And you know, you mentioned housing and you mentioned other things. I mean, I have property in Ireland, as you know, and I love it. It does great.
I mean, sure, you have
I'd like
some
to
in
have,
India
I'd like
and
to see
right,
the United States
some in
not
the
have been
EU,
so
but it's
stupid
not a
for
lot
so many years, not just
compared
with
to
Ireland,
what
with
the
everybody.
U.S. and the
You know, I
other
looked
two
at trade
have,
deals.
right?
I was telling
Oh
the
fuck,
group
man.
yesterday, I looked at trade deals in term one. It's one of the reasons I decided I had to do this, because somebody had to sit me
You
down,
want
and I
some
didn't see anybody who was
terraforming?
going to. I looked at trade
That's
deals
some
that were so
big
bad,
ass
I said,
terraforming right
how
there.
is it possible that this could have happened. Who would have been so stupid to let these deals happen? For instance, when the pharmaceutical companies started to go to Ireland, I would have said, that's okay if you want to go to Ireland. I think it's great. But if you want to sell anything into the United States, I'm going to put a 200% tariff on you. So you're never going to be able to sell anything into the United States. You know what they would have done? They would have stayed here.
So do you want to lower corporate taxes to
He's so lucky that I wasn't.
Are you planning to lower corporate taxes to match Ireland?
Well, we are planning to lower taxes, yeah, if the Democrats behave, but the Democrats have no clue. You saw that the other night during the speech. 2 young women were slaughtered by illegal aliens.
Oh
One young
my
man
God.
has very
He's
serious
gonna
cancer,
throw the
and
Democrats under the bus
many
here.
other problems. We look at the people up there, they all had difficulty, very serious difficulty. But when we're talking about 2 young girls, beautiful young girls, Lake and Riley, you know the whole story. That evening was a disaster for the Democrats, in my opinion. And I would mention, and I'd see 2 mothers that were inconsolable as they stood, crying. Their daughters have been absolutely just destroyed, killed, viciously killed. And the young man who loves the police departments, he had cancer and has cancer, very bad cancer. There wasn't from people sitting there, Democrats, there wasn't a hand clap. Nobody stood. They were just stone-faced. These people are sick. There's something wrong with them. There's no standing for anybody. The only thing they liked is when they heard about the death taking place with Ukraine. They were happy about that. They were happy about that. Pocahontas was very happy. She's the one that was clapped. That's why I looked at her. I said, oh, it's Pocahontas. These people are sick. They don't know what's happening in the real world. The Democrats have to get their act together. And if they don't vote, then what you're going to do is you're going to have taxes that are going to go through the roof. You're going to have a very bad time. You're going to have some very bad things happen. And people are going to blame the Democrats. And Schumer is a Palestinian, as far as I'm concerned. He's become a Palestinian. He used to be Jewish. He's not Jewish anymore. He's a Palestinian. Okay.
He used to be Jewish.
There's been a lot of on and off, some inconsistency.
There's no inconsistency.
God damn it. God damn it. Why Trump?
And Schumer is a Palestinian, as far as I'm concerned. He's become a Palestinian. He used to be Jewish. He's not Jewish anymore. He's a Palestinian. Okay.
There's been a lot of on and off, some inconsistency.
There's no inconsistency. Only with NBC,
No.
which is the worst networks on
Only
television, by the way.
with
Let me just tell you the inconsistency. I have the right to adjust. And I was called by the automakers, as an example, General Motors, Ford, etc. The big 3, the big 4, and they asked me to do them a favor. Could I delay it for a period of 4 weeks so that they're not driven into a little bit of a disaster for them? They actually love what I'm doing, but they had a problem. And I'm not like a block that just, I won't delay. It's called flexibility. It's not called inconsistency. It's called flexibility. And I think you want me to be flexible too.
Is flexibility
Yeah.
an ongoing view towards?
Sure, I'll always have flexibility, but there will be very little flexibility once we start. April 2nd is going to be a very big day for the United States of America. The United States of America is going to take back a lot of what was stolen from it by other countries and by, frankly, incompetent U.S. leadership, grossly incompetent. I gave you an example of Ireland. I would have never let that happen. Impossible for that to have happened. But we're going to take back our wealth, and we're going to take back a lot of the companies that left are coming back. If you haven't read, we have the biggest computers.
I wonder what are the fact that they all went to Ireland means that they have less restrictions, probably, or it costs less money to do research and development.
Chip company ever has virtually all of the market. I didn't call them, they called me. And they called for 2 reasons. Number one, we had a great election of somebody that they want running the country. And we won in a big mandate. We won every swing state. We won by millions of votes. We won by 2,750 districts to 500. Think of that, 2,750 districts to 500. That's why the map, when you looked at it, was entirely red, meaning Republican. Not meaning communist. So anyway,
Oh, they're
look,
heavily regulated. Okay, never mind.
this country needed somebody to defend it. It's this big, beautiful place that was being ripped off by illegal immigrants coming in from prisons, coming in from mental institutions, gang members, gang leaders, drug dealers.
They say heavily regulated, but during the opium wars, EU did some fucking damage.
Pouring into our country with the open borders. I am so angry at the last 4 years at what they've done to our country, what they've done to this country between inflation. But maybe the most that bothers me is that they would allow millions of people to come into our country that are stone cold murderers, killers, drug dealers, the worst gang members, the worst people allowed into our country. And we're now getting them out. We're going to get them out. We're getting them out. I want to thank Tom Homan, by the way. He's doing a great job. And I want to thank Kristi Noem, who's doing a fantastic job. This is a job that's so unnecessary. This should have never happened. This should have never happened. So we're bringing back our country in many ways, not only financially, and financially we'll be stronger than ever before. I think the markets are going to soar when they see what's happening. I'll tell you what, I'm called every day by numerous big companies. I spoke at the Business Roundtable yesterday. They had the largest attendance they've ever had. And these are only the CEOs and chairmen, but mostly the people that run, the boss, the people that run the top 150 companies. 150 people showed up. Every single company showed up. First time it ever happened. It's been around a long time. The biggest business leaders. We had a great discussion. Went really well. And I want to tell you, there's tremendous optimism out there about our country in terms of regulations being cut, in terms of taxes being cut. And it would be great if the Democrats would do what's right. It would be great if the Democrats would do what's right for our country for a change, because they really are. They've lost their way. They've lost their way. They think that people pouring into our country from prisons, jails, murders. We have 11,088 murderers that were allowed into. People that murdered people, half of which murdered more than one person in our country. We're getting them the hell out. But who would run it? Who would allow this to happen? Who would allow men to play in women's sports? And they're still fighting it. There's still, it's got to be a 95% issue. But they're on television this morning. I see this person, a Democrat, say, we should have the right. No. Men should not be, they're hurting women. They're hurting women very badly. They're hurting women. And they should not, and they're also demeaning women. But who would want these things? And everything's transgender.
Let's
Everybody's
just say,
transgender. That's all you hear about. No, that's why we
you're
won the election in record
gonna
numbers. But
easily fuck
very
people.
importantly, now it is what it is. The Democrats should get with us and come up with good tax policy.
Yeah, especially in
that
high school.
Ireland and other countries can't take our businesses away from us. And he understands the right thing. I'm not upset with you. I think I respect what you've done. You've done a great job. But our people did a very bad job.
Throat strike!
Well, I'd love to have him back. I'd love to have him back, but he'll be fighting me on it.
But I would say, President, if I could, 1 second, just make the point. It's a two-way street too, and we are investing a lot more in America now. And people may not realise, but Ryanair, one of our biggest airlines, for example, AirCap, they buy more. The two of them together buy more Boeing airplanes than anybody else outside of America. That's a little known fact. It doesn't turn up in the statistics, but Ryanair and AirCap, big aircraft leasing company, Irish company, have done great work with Boeing. Huge investments over the last number of years. You know. So, and there's a lot of Irish companies here now, with 700 odd Irish companies based in America. Glanbia, Smurfit, Rock, I was saying to you this morning, Vice President. A lot of them creating thousands of jobs in America, and it's only fair. I mean, that's correct.
That's right.
And that's the way it should happen. And I think it's a very good relationship we have. It's a historic one. It's happened over time. We've added value to American companies. We've increased our value. They've got access to the European market, and they did all of that. I understand where you're coming from fully. But I think it's a relationship that we can develop and that will endure into the future, and will change, it will adapt, and you're evolving and you're doing things.
And they've done a very good job. Now, I just will say this, but with all that we've said, we can talk about Ryanair. There's a massive deficit.
Yeah.
I don't mean by a little bit. I mean, there's a massive deficit that we have with Ireland and with other countries too. And we want to sort of even that out as nicely as we can, and we'll work together. We're going to work together great, but the deficit is massive.
You can't stop talking about me. Oh,
You said earlier that it was now up to Russia in terms of the ceasefire. Is there anything you can do in terms of pressure?
Is Hassan freaking out again?
We can, but I hope it's not going to be
I
necessary.
mean, Hassan has been doing
We
stupid
can do
shit
that
ever
with
since
Russia. Remember this?
long ago. So
Russia took Georgia from Bush, right? They took Crimea from A man named Obama, Barack Hussein Obama, right? They're trying to take the whole thing from Biden. They're going for the whole ball of wax. Who was the only one that never took anything from Trump? And in fact, I'm the one that stopped Nord Stream 2, the pipeline, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world. I stopped it. It's dead. And then Biden got in and he approved it. Nobody mentions that. What I did to Russia was very tough. I was the toughest ever. But nope, they never took anything from me. They took them from Obama and Bush, and they took it from
Can we watch it?
Sleepy Joe Biden.
Roast Mr. Asmongold and roast Mr. Hassan,
I think I've stopped that.
the
but we'll see.
Hamas
But yeah, there are
piker.
things you could do that
He
wouldn't be pleasant
loves-
in a financial sense.
He
I
just
can do things
loves
financially that would
running
be very bad for Russia. I
defense
don't want to
for
do that because I want to
fucking
get peace.
terrorists.
I want to see peace, and we'll see. But in a financial
Looks
sense,
like we need to
yeah,
go
we
to
could
the
do things
Counter-Strike
very bad for
days
Russia. It would be
and start
devastating for Russia. But I don't want to
getting
do
a
that because I want to see peace.
counter-terrorist
And we're
group
getting close
and
to
start putting
maybe
bullets
getting
in people.
something done. We've got Ukraine done, and as you know, I've always said that Ukraine might have been the more difficult party. You were here a week ago when some interesting things happened. I had somebody that didn't seem to want peace. Now he's agreed to peace. So we'll see what happens. Brian?
Yes, thanks.
Thank you.
First, we'll congratulate you on your lower inflation core rates.
Thank you.
Gas prices going down, airline prices going down. This is for the Irish gentleman here, if I can see it real quickly. Welcome you down to stage. You look great.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
That's it. Now you feel good. He knows.
What's
coming next year?
Ran on MAGA, Make America Great Again. If you could run on MEGA, Make Ireland Great Again, what would your #1 issue be for people in Ireland right now to make your country stronger? And I've got a 2-part question to that as well.
Yeah, the #1 issue in Ireland is housing, to be honest, and I think it was correctly pointed out. We've got to build more houses. We've got to build them faster.
Holy shit, there's another fucking plane crash, dude. This is getting insane. Dude, what is happening? Oh my god, it's another DEI! Fuck. Well, American Airlines plane catches fire at Denver International Airport gate.
We have a lot of other good things happening.
Fuck.
That's my #1 priority.
Wonderful.
Are you trying to
And my
preserve
second
Mr.
part question to this, Ireland is known for very happy, fun-loving people, great attitude, many in this room right now that I've met. Why in the world would you let Rosie O'Donnell move to Ireland? I think she's going to lower your happiness level.
That's true. Thank you. I like that question.
Mr.
Do you know you have Rosie
Commissioner,
O'Donnell? Do you know who she is? Do you know who she is?
Yeah.
I'm joking.
You better off
Fully,
not.
you're joking.
Are you expecting?
Right? What, did he say, when he said Rosie I bet he saw the Rosie O'Donnell shit. That's probably why he brought it up.
Considering that you have diametrically opposed positions on the state of Palestine, your country is one of 3 in Europe that recognizes the state of Palestine. Are you expecting to discuss this with the president? Are you expecting to inform him?
I don't have to inform the president. He's very well clued into to the whole situation. We shared the president's, again, unrelenting focus on peace. And he's enjoined the president himself, as soon as he came into office, went to get a ceasefire. We've been calling for a ceasefire for a long time. We wanted to consolidate the peace. That is our fundamental aim. We want the hostages out. I've been saying it from day one. It's a horrific thing to do, to take someone as a hostage. And I went to Kibbutz Be'eri after October the 7th in solidarity with Israel, and that gets forgotten. And I went a week or 2 afterwards. I saw the kibbutz. It was a shocking thing to see, even though it was a week or 2 after the horror. It was a village. You could see life going on prior to the attack. It was something that will not leave me. And I've been interested in the Middle East for a long, long time. It's complex, and it's all of that. But we do desperately need hostages out, all of them. It's been far too long. Let me finish. And then we need a ceasefire. We need to consolidate that. We need a surge of humanitarian aid into Gaza. Because again, there's too many children and too many people starving and so on. Just too many. And it's that humanitarian impulse is what motivates the Irish in respect of its views. And I've always been of the view, it's been our view that a 2-state solution would be ideal. It's become much more challenging and difficult as time's moved on. But that has always been our position. But it's genuinely to have people, because we've gone through this. We discussed this prior to you coming in. We've been through some of this. People hating each other, terrible acts of violence carried out on each other. We came through it. It's our earnest hope that Arab and Jewish people can live side by side. And I've met with people, parents of children who were killed on both sides, called Parent Circle.
But what
Israel,
about the
and they
president's-
work to try and bring people together. It's difficult work.
What about the president's
Yeah.
plan to expel Palestinians out of Gaza? Are you discussing that with him and giving him your...
Nobody's expelling any Palestinians. I don't know. Who are you with?
I'm with Voice of America, sir.
Oh, no wonder. Okay, voice of
Taoiseach had been about the president just saying that he would like to take back US companies, pharma companies based in Ireland.
Well, I think the pharmaceutical companies in Ireland are doing very well, as the President has outlined. Again, I think it's about that two-way partnership. I understand fully where the President is coming from. I think there's actually room. Now, we can discuss all this. I think there's room for those companies to grow in America. And many of them, by the way, have already announced fairly significant manufacturing investments now.
It's true, just recently.
Like people like Eli Lilly, for example, who have been a long-standing presence in Ireland since the 1970s. I spoke to the CEO recently.
He's great.
Great guy. And he's announced, I think, about a $50 billion investment in America.
New plants.
But there's big investment, they've had big investment in Ireland. Ireland has served them well too, The workforce is very strong. It's an educated workforce. They delivered well. During COVID-19, a number of CEOs said to me, a lot of the plants in Ireland were the only plants that never closed for a single day during COVID. Not a single day. Productivity is good and so on like that. But look, there be swings around.
Mr. President, thank you so much. You spoke to Vladimir Putin for quite a while on the
Yes.
phone. So I want to know your assessment. When you take this deal to him now, how do you assess the chances of Putin?
I have no assessment, and I don't go by chances. I think it makes sense for Russia. A lot of downside for Russia, too. And we have a very complex situation solved on one side, pretty much solved. We've also discussed land and other things that, go with it. We're not just doing it and saying ceasefire. We don't know what's happening. We know the areas of land we're talking about, whether it's pulled back or not pulled back. We've discussed a lot of the details of what has to go because we don't want to be wasting time. We don't want to be wasting time while people are dying. I mean, as we're sitting here, you probably had 2 people die on that very open field. It's dead flat. It's great farmland, and it's dead flat. There's no protection. The only thing that stops a bullet is a human body. And these are bodies that are young people, and they're stopping a lot of bullets because a lot of bullets are flying across those level fields. Dead flat, no protection whatsoever. It is a disaster.
Oh, you can't say that.
And so I hope he's
That's
going
not
to.
nice.
I hope he's going to have a ceasefire.
You are using the American leverage to get a lot of political issues.
Well, I don't want to get into that, but if I had to, I'm the only one that's dealt with them successfully. Everyone else, I went through it. Bush didn't deal with them successfully, dealt with them terribly, got ripped off. And Obama was a disaster. They have with Obama, he gave them sheets, and I gave them anti-tank missiles.
He keeps saying.
You know that, right? It's called Javelin. You know the Javelin?
Why can't he just say he gave them
And then they say, oh, Trump has a great relationship
non-combative
with
aid?
Russia. I'm the one that gave him the Javelins. Obama gave him sheets. That's an expression. He gave sheets, I gave javelins. So,
Mr. President, how worried should the undocumented Irish be about your administration that you don't round them up and send them away?
oh, I think the Irish love Trump. We won the Irish with a tremendous amount of vote. I want to thank you very much. We won in the 80s with Irish. I got the Irish vote. I think I have it locked up pretty good unless I did something very stupid, like drained your company, your wonderful place of all of its companies. If I drained Ireland of all of the companies, maybe I'd lose the Irish vote. I don't know. But right now, no. I love it. I've been there many times, as you know,
Yes.
and we don't want to do anything to hurt Ireland. We want to, but we do want fairness, and he understands that. No, that's enough, Kelly. Thank you.
Shut Kelly down.
Mr. President, the Irish American Appreciation Month, you've named it there. Who's your favourite Irish person?
Oh, there's so many. Are you kidding me? Well, I do happen to like your fighter. He's Well, he's got the best tattoos I've ever seen. I don't know if I'm a big, but that,
Conor McGregor.
Connor.
boy, you have, well, Connor's great, right? You know, talking about Connor, but you have a lot of great Irish fighters, actually, great fighters. I don't know what that is, but Ireland's always had a lot of good fighters. You know why? Because they're tough people. They're smart people and they're passionate people, and they really have been over the years. So many. I think your father was a great fighter, right?
He was, you did.
Wow, and yet look at you. You're so smooth and so.
He was a very good defensive boxer.
Jesus.
He was a good boxer, yeah.
Yeah,
Boxed for
I heard
Ireland,
that.
boxed for Ireland, and
Yeah,
boxed
that
some
means
very
you're
good guys.
genetically. I'm not going to mess around.
Do you follow any Irish golf players?
Okay, let's a couple more from somebody that didn't ask a question. Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. President, should Apple go back to the US from Ireland?
Who?
Apple?
Oh, Apple's been treated very badly. Look, Apple had tremendously bad luck. I thought they had a very good lawsuit, but they lost
We fought with them.
$16 billion. $16 billion.
The stuff
And
in
they're
UK.
after a lot of our American companies. See, that's what's unfair. It's a European Union. I'm not blaming you. I'm blaming the European Union.
No, I guess
The European
EU.
Union's gone after our companies. And Apple's a great company, and they have to give $17 billion on a lawsuit that I didn't think was a good lawsuit. No, that's not good. No, the European, we have a problem with the European Union. They don't take our farm products. They don't take our cars. We take millions of cars, BMWs and Mercedes-Benz and Volkswagens and everything. We take millions of cars. I said to Angela Merkel at the time, I said, Angela, how many Chevrolets do we have in the middle of Munich? Why, none. I said, you're right, we have none. That's the way it is, we have none. No, I'm not happy with the European Union, I want to tell you. And,
Will you put tariffs
and
on
we're going to
cars?
win that. We're going to win that financial battle. It's a
Tariffs
financial
on
battle.
European cars, Mr. President? Tariffs on European cars, is that something you're going to consider?
Oh, absolutely, I will do that.
Mr. President, will you put tariffs on the right?
Think of it, they have millions of cars coming in, millions and millions of cars. One of probably the largest. Japan's very big too, but and they don't accept our
Siri
cars. We
listening
make
to
great cars.
users.
They don't have our cars, but we have their cars. They don't have our farm products. We have the greatest farmers in the world.
You had the
They don't accept
Apple
our
over
farm products, but we
CSAM
accept
detection
theirs. So,
system.
things are going to change unless they do what they have to do, and they know what they have to do. This is not going to be a tough battle. In my opinion, not going to be tough. Just like when Ontario charged us, everybody said, oh, they just charged. I said, this will be won in 1 hour.
And
they
you
announced
had the
what we were gonna
UK
do, and
wanting
they withdrew their little threat. And what they
certain
don't say in
information.
Canada is that, 270%. Have you ever heard that? We have tariffs on dairy products from Canada of 270%, going up to 400%. You never hear that. Canada's absolutely one of the worst. And we, when I say worst in terms of charging tariffs. Their dairy products, they charge our farmers 240, 250, 270, and 400%. Okay? Think of that for dairy product. And we charge them like peanuts. You know why? Because we've been improperly run for so many years. I had that all settled in my first term. But then, of course, Biden, you know, he let everything go to hell. One of the things we did is we took from China hundreds of billions of dollars, and I have great respect for President Xi. But he understood that. He understood it was a one-way street, and you can't have a one-way street. Okay? One more question.
Can you say which countries you might target in your next travel ban?
Say it.
Can you say which countries you might target in your next travel ban?
Wouldn't that be a stupid thing for me to say? I said, which countries am I going to target for the next?
No, jeez.
Can you believe somebody would ask that question?
As part of the
Well, we're going to talk. We're going to be talking really to the European Union. You know, I will tell you this one little, we'll end it with this. So I have a property, a big property in Ireland that you know well. It's one of the most highly rated hotels in all of Europe. It's beautiful. Doonbeg. It's a beautiful 600 acres on the ocean, and everybody knows it. And we have a beautiful hotel. And I was going to do a project there, a big expansion of the place. This was when I was a civilian, before the presidency, before I even thought about the presidency. But I was going to do a really beautiful expansion of because it does very well. And I got the approvals from Ireland so quickly. They were so professional. They wanted it. You know, it's economic development, it's jobs, it's construction jobs, a big expansion, beautiful expansion. And, but I was told something that bothered me. They said, sir, you also have to get approved by the European Union. I said, why do I have to go to the European Union to expand a hotel that's in Ireland? They said, well, that's the way it is. I say, well, shouldn't that go fast? They said, no, it'll take at least 7 years. You gave me the approval in about 4 weeks. It was a beautiful professional. If you took 4 years, you wouldn't have done a better job. You know, everything was done environmentally, everything. There's no reason to take very long. I had everything from Ireland in 4 weeks. And then I hired somebody. He said the process will be from 5 to 7 years. And I said, oh, really? And then I found out that they weren't playing games. Now think about how bad that is for your country. So that was my first experience with the European Union. And I dropped the project. I just said, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to go 7 years to expand something. But I have to, I'll hand it to Ireland. You were so professional, so good. But I don't know why. European Union had to approve it. And with them, it was deal, and that's the European Union. So it was a very bad experience I had.
Just say, President, you have the distinction of being, I think, the only president that has physically invested in Ireland.
That's
through
good.
your Doonbeg.
And it's been a good investment.
And I mean, for anybody, you should go there. It's just stunning.
I love this.
No, I mean, even if you don't play golf,
Yeah,
I mean, it is a stunning landscape.
Yeah.
Your people have restored it very well, and our people are going to continue to work with you on that piece to do it all sort of effectively and so on.
They've had a great relationship.
But it is, and the local people, my local councillor Rita McInerney texted me last week to say, tell President Trump to thank his family for the way they've worked with the local community and for the work that they've done.
I love Rory. I think Rory's great. He's a great golfer. He just won 2 weeks ago. He's a great guy. I played golf with him 3 weeks ago. And he's really a fantastic player. He's in good form, too. When he played with me, he played very well, I can tell you. No, Rory certainly is one of the favorites. He's always going to be one of them. He's a very talented guy. He's a very good person, too.
Are you planning to visit Dubai, Mr. President?
I will. I'll get there sometime. I hope soon. In fact, if we meet, we'll meet at Doonbeg. Okay? I would love it. But I hope to be able to get there.
Mr. President, does America have a future in NATO?
What's it?
Does America
have a future in NATO?
Well, NATO has to treat us fairly. If they pay their bills and if they do what they're supposed to do. When I first got involved with NATO, as you know, they weren't paying their bills. There were 28 countries, and most of them weren't paying. And I got them to pay. And they paid billions and billions of dollars. I made a certain statement that I'm not going to be involved with NATO unless you're going to pay your bills. And I was asked a question, if we don't pay, are you going to help us? I said, no, if you don't pay, you're saying you're delinquent. A real estate term. You're delinquent. You're not paying your rent. You're not paying your bills. If you're not paying your bills, I'm not going to help. And everybody we took in, your Secretary General will tell you, he was very generous to me. He said, I've never seen anything like it. Money came in by the billions and billions and billions of dollars, and NATO became much stronger. Now, NATO's expended a lot of that money in fighting this horrible war. It's too bad they had to do that. But they had the money from me. I was the one that got people to pay. The countries, most of the countries were not paying, or they were paying a very small amount. So we'll see. But NATO can be a force for the good, absolutely.
Would you like to see Ireland join NATO, Mr. President?
That's up to Ireland.
Well, do you think Ireland and the EU are too close? Do you think that perhaps, like you said,
We are very close.
No, Ireland and the EU. Do you think there's too close a relationship there? Do you think there needs to be a separation, like you said, if you can't get planning permission when you can get it in Ireland, but you can't get it in the EU? Do you think?
Well, look, I can just tell you about my personal experience. That Ireland treated me very well, and the EU was terrible, and they stopped really a magnificent addition. It wasn't a big deal from the standpoint of the world. It wasn't like the things we're talking about now, but it would have been a very beautiful addition. And they stopped it, which is bad for Ireland. And I don't know why. I don't know why it would take 5 to 7 years to get something approved, but that's what it was. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
There it is.
We're headed out.
If this guy well, there we are. That's the President of the United States hosting the Prime Minister of Ireland, Micheál Martin. better natured than the last similar event when Zelensky was invited to the White House. But he did make points on both Ukraine and tariffs on trade. On tariffs and trade, first of all, we have a massive deficit with Ireland, he said. You took our pharmaceutical companies through low taxation. Very smart, but we'll work together. We'll put that right, he said. And on the EU, he said, the EU treat us very badly. We will respond to the EU's counter tariffs. We have been abused for a long time. We will be abused no longer. The EU was set up to take advantage of the US, he said. We will win this financial battle. And on Ukraine, he said, people from the White House are going to Russia right now. We need to end this stupid war. We're getting positive messages. But that means nothing. And then he said, it is up to Putin, up to Russia now, is what he said. Let's speak to our US correspondent, Mark Stone. Mark, another one of these long sort of ad hoc news conferences. What did you make of it?
Well, my first observation is I think that world leaders are... sorry, I can hear myself back in my ear if someone in London can sort that out. But my first observation, Mark, is that I think world leaders are increasingly working out how to play Donald Trump. Maybe not to how to play him, but how to ride out these moments. And they are moments of jeopardy, without question. They kind of, and I think the Taoiseach did this really well, kind of allowed Trump to say what he wanted to say, and then at points to gently correct him, to challenge him a little, to put their own point of view across. So when the president, after the niceties, went in for the jugular and said, you, Ireland, as part of the EU, are basically ripping us off. All American pharmaceutical industries have relocated, so said the president, some have, not all, to Ireland. And therefore, Ireland is getting the benefit. This was a terrible deal done by my predecessors. Micheál Martin then points out, yeah, that may well be true, but actually remember, Mr. President, we have two big aviation companies in Ireland. Ryanair is one, and they spend more money than perhaps any other airline in the world on one of your manufacturers, Boeing. So it's this kind of gentle, yes, Mr. President, we understand that, but by the way, do you know this? And I always find that and I've increasingly been watching the president, his reaction kind of ranges from, he's either sort of not aware of what he's being told, or he doesn't seem to be interested in it, or he's just not listening at all. But these are crucial moments for European leaders, and the Taoiseach is one key member of the European Union where they can try and not embarrass the president, as Zelensky clearly did a few weeks ago, but just put their point of view across delicately, publicly. And I kind of got the sense, I imagine, that behind the scenes, other European leaders, they clearly, all of them would have been watching this moment and hoping that as a representative of the EU, he put his point of view, or the EU's point of view, across. A European Union, incidentally, that Donald Trump insisted again today was only...
Wait. Do people think that it's still Trump's fault that Zelensky didn't make the deal? Are you fucking kidding me? Get the fuck out of here. Fuck that little piece of shit. The dude's a fucking gremlin and you're siding with the fucking gremlin? Yeah, fuck off.
Formed to rip off and to screw, to use his words, America. Clearly not true. The EU was formed out of the dust.
Alright, anyways. That was that. We had that.
So around a month ago.
Stop. Okay. Let's go for a more up-to-date one.
We'll be discussing with respect to Ukraine and Russia. We have people talking, we have representatives over there, Steve Witkoff and others, and they're in very serious discussions. As you know, Ukraine has agreed, subject to this, what's happening today, to a complete ceasefire, and we hope Russia will do the same. Thousands of people are being killed, young people, usually, mostly young people. We were just talking about it. Thousands of young people are being killed a week, and we want to see that stop. And they're not Americans, and they're not from the Netherlands for the most part. No. They're from Russia, and they're from Ukraine, but they're people. And I think everybody feels the same way. We want it to stop. It's also a tremendous cost to the United States and to other countries. And it's something that would have never happened if I were president, and it makes me very angry to see that it did happen. But it happened, and we have to stop it. And Mark has done some really good work over the last week. We've been working together, and he's done some really good work, so I'm very happy about that. We'll also be talking about trade and various other things, and I think we'll have a very, very strong day. We're going to have lunch afterwards. That'll go, and then we'll see you all later. But Mark, would you like to say something?
Yeah. First of all, thank you so much, Mr. President, dear Donald, again for hosting me, and but also for taking time in Florida. A couple of weeks after you were re-elected.
That's right.
And of course our phone call a couple of weeks ago, and I must say, Trump 45, you originated the fact that in Europe we are now spending, when you take it to aggregate, 700 billion more on defense than when you came in office in 2016, 2017. But that was Trump 45. But when you look at Trump 47,
it'll be hard to tell.
What happened the last couple of weeks is really staggering. The Europeans committing to a package of 800 billion defense spending. The Germans now, potentially up to $500 billion extra in defense spending. And then of course you had...
Yeah, that was interesting when the EU was like, oh yeah, we're going to be doing 800 billion in fucking defense. It's like, what?
With you
huh?
In a run-up to the The Hague Summit to make sure that we will have a
so all of a sudden,
which is really reinvigorated.
Oh wow, you guys are finally doing something.
And we are getting there. We also discuss defense production because we need to produce more weaponry. We are not doing enough. And not in the US, not in Europe, and we are lacking behind when you compare to the Russians and the Chinese. And you have a huge defense industrial base. Europeans buying 4 times more here.
I mean, it's
than
when it comes to firepower, yes, they've increased firepower. Whereas us, oh no, we just increased hardware.
I'd love to work with you on that. And finally, Ukraine. You broke the deadline.
We're using drones and
all
shit.
the killing, the young people dying, cities getting destroyed. The fact that you did that you started the dialogue
Still
with the
using
Russians,
weak-ass
and successful
missiles
talks in
compared
Saudi
to
Arabia
Russia and
with
China.
Ukrainians. I really want to commend you for this. So, The Hague is my hometown. I love to host you there in the summer and work together to make sure that will be a splash, a real success, projecting American power on the world stage.
What Mark is saying is when I first went to NATO, my first meeting, I noticed that very few people were paying. And if they were, they weren't paying their fair share. There were only 7 countries that were paying what they were supposed to be paying, which was... Yeah,
it's even worse.
Could be even worse. But
No.
there were just very few countries that were paying, and even the paying, it was at 2%, which is too low. It should be higher. It should be quite a bit higher. But you had Poland, and I remember Poland was actually paying a little bit more than they were supposed to, which I was very impressed with. They've been actually terrific, and some of the others. But most of them weren't paying, or they were paying very little. And I didn't think it was appropriate to bring it up there, but I said it's going to be brought up at my next meeting. And my next meeting, the first meeting, you want to give them a little break. The second meeting, it began, and I was able to raise hundreds of billions of dollars. I just said, we're not going to be involved with you if you're not going to pay. And the money started pouring in, and NATO became much stronger because of my actions and working along with a lot of people, including Mark. But they would not pay for other presidents, and I don't think other presidents even knew that they weren't paid. I asked first question, has everybody paid up? And literally, I mean, they told me 7. You could be right, it could be 3, but that makes it even worse. But they just weren't paying. And I said, no, I won't protect if you're not paying. If you're delinquent or if the money isn't paid, why would we do that? And as soon as I said that, you got a little hit from the press because they said, oh, gee, that's not very nice. But if you said the other, nobody would have paid. And the money started coming in by the billions. And, hundreds of billions of dollars flowed into NATO, and NATO became strong.
Yeah.
And you remember that. Your predecessor, who I thought was a very good man.
Absolutely.
Actually.
Jens Stoltenberg. He sends his best greetings.
He was terrific. Stoltenberg, Secretary General. And he made the statement that when Trump came in, the money started coming in like we never saw before. Hundreds of billions, actually probably close to $600 billion came in, and NATO became strong from that standpoint. And now we have to use it wisely, and we have to get this war over with, and you'll be back to a normal, much more normal life. And maybe we're close. We're getting words that things are going okay in Russia, and it doesn't mean anything until we hear what the final outcome is. But they have very serious discussions going on right now with President Putin and others. And hopefully they all want to end this nightmare. It's a nightmare. It's a horrible thing when you look. I get pictures every week. They give me the pictures of the battlefield, which I almost don't want to see. It's so horrible to see young people laying arms and legs and heads laying all over the field. It's the most terrible thing that you'll ever see. And it's got to stop. These are young people with mothers and fathers and sisters and brothers and friends, and it's got to stop. So we hopefully are going to be in a good position sometime today to have a good idea. We'll have we know where we are with Ukraine, and we are getting good signals outside of Russia as to where we are with Russia. And hopefully they'll do the right thing. It's really humanity. We're talking about humanity. We're not talking about the money. But then you add the money to it, and hundreds of billions of dollars is being spent and really wasted so unnecessarily. It should have never happened. So it's an honor to have you here. They picked a great gentleman. I'll tell you, I was so happy to hear, because you had somebody. Stoltenberg was really good, and you have somebody that's going to do an incredible job. And I was so much in favor of you. You have no idea. They had another person that I did not like. I was not happy. And I think I kept him from, you know what I'm talking about. I said, this is the right man to do it. And he really did. He was a great prime minister of the Netherlands. He did a great job. And that's what he's doing right now. So thank you, everybody, for being here. And it's a very great honor to have you. And we even have some of our great energy people here today, right? We have the governor, and we have Chris, Chris, right?
Absolutely.
He's supposed to be the most talented man in the world of energy, according to the governor. So I don't know if he's right. And we have General, you've been fantastic. Thank you very much. And we have a lot of good people that won't be so much involved with this, but they wanted to see what was happening. It's become a little bit of a show, but they wanted to see what was happening, and I think a lot of good things are happening. So with that, if anybody would have a question.
Mr. President,
Sorry. Steve Witkoff's trip to Moscow, you spoke about it. What sort of agreement do you hope he comes away from there with?
Well, we'd like to see a ceasefire from Russia. And we have, not been working in the dark. We've been discussing with Ukraine land and pieces of land that would be kept and lost, and all of the other elements of a final agreement. There's a power plant involved, a very big power plant involved. Who's going to get the power plant, and who's going to get this and that? And so, it's not an easy process. But phase one is the ceasefire. A lot of the individual subjects have been discussed, though. We've been discussing concepts of land, because you don't want to waste time with a ceasefire if it's not going to mean anything. So we're saying, look, this is what you can get, this is what you can't get. They discussed NATO and being in NATO, and everybody knows what the answer to that is. They've known that answer for 40 years, in all fairness. So a lot of the details of a final agreement have actually been discussed. Now we're going to see whether or not Russia's there, and if they're not, it'll be a very disappointing moment for the world. Yeah.
Vladimir Putin just said he is open to a ceasefire, but he does still have some concerns. He suggested that you two should speak directly. Do you have plans to speak to him soon? If so, when? Are you confident you can get this across the table?
Sure. He did say that today. It was a very promising statement, because other people are saying different things, and you don't know if they have anything to really, if they have any meaning, or I don't know. I think some of them were making statements. I don't think they have anything to do with it. No, he put out a very promising statement, but it wasn't complete. And yeah, I'd love to meet with him or talk to him. But we have to get it over with fast. You know, every day people are being killed. It's not like, as we sit here, 2 people will be killed. Think of it. 2 people are going to be killed during this little period of time. Thousands of people a week are dying. So we really don't have very much time. We have to make this fast. It shouldn't be very complicated.
Thank you, Mr. President. A representative of Canada, the finance minister, are in town and will meet members of your administration during the day. Any chances that you will ban on the tariffs on aluminum and the ones that are planned for April 2nd?
No.
You are not going to change your mind?
No, not. Look, we've been ripped off for years, and we're not going to be ripped off anymore. No, I'm not going to bend at all. Aluminum or steel or cars, we're not going to bend. We've been ripped off as a country for many, many years. We've been subjected to costs that we shouldn't be subjected to. In the case of Canada, we're spending $200 billion a year to subsidize Canada. I love Canada. I love the people of Canada. I have many friends in Canada. The great one, Wayne Gretzky, the great. Hey, how good is Wayne Gretzky? He's the great one. But we have, I know many people from Canada.
Wow, you even
that
brought
are
up
friends of
Wayne
mine.
Gretzky.
But, you know, the United States can't subsidize a country
Famous
for $200 billion
wrestler.
a year. We don't need their cars. We don't need their energy. We don't need their lumber. We don't need anything.
Oh wait,
that
no,
they,
not that guy.
That they give.
I was
We
thinking
do it
of
because we want
someone
to be
else.
helpful, but it comes a point when you just can't do that. You have to run your own country.
There's another guy.
And to be honest with you,
but
Canada
yeah, this
only
is
works as a
the
state. It
the
doesn't.
hockey
We don't
player,
need
Canadian
anything they
hockey
have.
player.
As a state, it would be one of the great states anyway. This would be the most incredible country visually. If you look at a map, they drew an artificial line right through it between Canada and the U.S. Just a straight artificial line. Somebody did it a
was
long
thinking
time
of,
ago, many, many decades ago, and makes no sense. It's so perfect as a great and cherished state. Keeping "O Canada," the national anthem. I love it. I think it's great. Keep it. But it'll be for the state, one of our greatest states. Maybe our greatest state. But why should we subsidize another country for $200 billion? It costs us $200 billion a year. And again, we don't need their lumber. We don't need their energy.
think I was
we have
thinking
more
of
than they
Dan
do.
Gable.
We don't need anything. We don't need their cars. I'd much rather
Fucking
make the cars here.
Got their names all mixed
And
up.
there's not a thing that we need. Now, there'll be a little disruption, but it won't be very long. But they need us. We really don't need them. And we have to do this. I'm sorry. We have to do this. Yes.
Mr. President,
Yeah.
you have made it very clear that NATO needs to step up, although great progress has been made in your first mandate. How do you envision this new transatlantic?
Are you talking about NATO stepping up? Well, NATO is stepping up through this man. This man is a man that only knows how to step up. And we have the same goal in mind. We want the war ended. And he's doing his job. He only knows how to do a good job. That's one thing. That's why I fought for him to get that job. Because they had some other candidates that I'll tell you would not have done a very good job.
I need this part of the move for my family.
So we'll get you a clip. We're going to get him a clip of that little last statement. The rest of the statements he doesn't care.
Sir, how does this new transatlantic cooperation, how do you envision it?
Well, that's one thing. I mean, you know, we're on the other side of the ocean. And they're right there. And yet we're in for $350 billion because of Biden. And they're in for $100 billion. So it's a big difference. And it's unfair. And I said, you have to equalize. They should equalize. They should have. It should have never happened where Biden just gave this money away. Now, as you know, we have an agreement with Ukraine on the rare earths and other things, and that'll get us something back, a lot back. It'll get us our money back. We're not doing it for that, though. I'm just doing this to get the war stopped. I'm doing it really to save lives, but at the same time, we were treated very unfairly, as we always are by every country. And we're in for very substantially more than the European nations are in for, and that shouldn't be. You know, they're much more affected by it than we are, because we do have an ocean in between. But I don't know. I think good things are going to happen. I really do. I think good things are going to happen. I do say, we were talking before, and Mark was very nice. He said, if you would get involved, there would be nothing. You'd just be going on. This thing would have gone on for a long
Breaking
time.
a deadlock. It was crucial.
Yeah, we broke a deadlock. We did break a deadlock. I hope it's meaningful. Yes, did you have one? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Amanda Head with Just the News. On the southern border, you've got DHS and ICE who are reporting that there was a little bit of fudging of numbers during the Biden administration on both the catch and the release side with respect to reporting the number of illegals coming into the
They
country.
cheated on the numbers. The numbers were, I love that question. Who are you with?
Just the News, Amanda Head.
Very nice. That's good. That's
Do you
good.
know how many of those are criminal illegal aliens? And
Many of them.
Biden's out of office, Alejandro Mayorkas, who gets
No,
held
Biden
accountable?
fudged the numbers. The numbers were totally fake. And he gave fake numbers. I knew they were
Damn it,
fake.
Trump.
Everybody knew they were fake. But now it came out. And terrible what they did. That administration was a horror show for this country.
Can you hold anyone accountable?
Well, I don't know. They gave phony numbers. And phony numbers.
Also,
are very
this is
bad
kind of
things,
like
but
he
I'm not sure about that. I don't know how.
kind of said
it
the
played.
same shit
We
yet
wanna get it straightened out.
at
We
the
have-
Irish
we're after many,
with the
many
Irish
bad people
prime
that were let into
minister.
our country, and Kristi Noem and my friend Homan. How good is Tom Homan doing, right? And they're after him, and I mean, you see they're taking him out in record numbers. Gang members, gang leaders, drug dealers. This is a problem the Netherlands does not have. The Netherlands never had this problem. If you'd like to take it
Yeah,
for
a
a
few
little-
drug dealers.
I could deliver some people. I could deliver some nice people to the Netherlands if you'd like.
I'm not sure.
No, what he did to this country, letting 21 million people flow through an open border, many of those people were hard criminals from prisons and jails, from mental institutions, and I always say insane asylums because they were seriously deranged. And they're here from, not South America, from all over the world. From South America, but from all over the world. And it's so sad. You'd say, why would anybody do this? Why? Yeah, go ahead.
And one more, there's some new internal Democrat polling that doesn't look great for Democrats, but it also has 54% unfavorability for Republicans in swing states and battlegrounds for the midterms. Do you consider those voters capturable for Republicans?
Yeah, well, we did, I won every swing state, as you know, by a lot. And I won the popular vote by a lot. And we won the counties. If you look at the counties and district plan, we had 2,725, and they had 501. That's why the map is all red. So we had a great thing. Yeah, I think winning from the Democrats, if you look the other night, I made a speech, and I introduced two young ladies who were killed, viciously, violently killed. Young, unbelievable, both outstanding people. They were killed by illegal aliens. And the Democrats wouldn't get up and applaud. The mothers were, inconsolable. They were crying, and everybody was crying. The Democrats sat there with stone faces. They didn't clap. They didn't stand. They didn't do anything. We had a young man with very serious cancer. His dream is to be with the police department someday. And he was introduced. They didn't even clap. They were disgusting, frankly. They were disgusting. There's something wrong with them. They're deranged. They're deranged, like Jack Smith. They're deranged people. And I never saw anything like it. I'm standing up and I introduced the mother and the parents of these two young girls that were just recently essentially killed, violently killed.
We're gonna
And the
speed this up
Democrats-
because it seems like he's saying the same shit
it's
he
so
did
sad.
with the other
And
prime
I saw
minister.
this morning where one of them is pretty well known. One is arguing, fighting like crazy over men being able to play in women's sports. I said, I thought that was tried. I thought that was about a 95. I think it's a 95% issue. But in a way, I want them to keep doing it because I don't think they can win a race. And I tell the Republicans, I said, don't bring that subject up because there's no election right now. But about a week before the election, bring it up because you can't lose. And everything's transgender this, transgender that. They have bad politics, but one thing, they stick together. I wish, and the Republicans stick together mostly, but we have a couple that are grandstanders. You always have grandstanders in life. But the Democrats, they have grandstanders, but when it comes to a vote, they do stick together, right?
So they'll stick together on the shutdown. Will that hurt Democrats going into midterms?
Well, if they do a shutdown, and ultimately that might lead to very, very high taxes, because we're talking about a shutdown, we're talking about getting to work immediately on the greatest tax bill ever passed. That was the one we did. It's the renewal, and it's an addition to it. And we're going to cut people's taxes. And if we don't open, the Democrats are stopping all of these good things that we're providing. We're providing the greatest package of benefits that this country's ever provided. The biggest part of that's going to be tax cuts for the middle class and for businesses, small businesses, employers, people that hire people in jobs. And if it's shut down, it's only going to be, if there's a shutdown, it's only because of the Democrats. And they would really be taking away a lot from our country and from the people of our country.
Mr. President, on tariffs, you made clear you're not backing down from this, but many American small business owners say they are concerned that these tariffs are going to hurt them. What's your message to them?
They're going to be so much richer than they are right now. And we have many, yesterday General Motors was in, they want to invest $60 billion. The people from Facebook were in yesterday. They're going to invest $60 billion by the end of the year. Other people are talking about numbers. Apple, as you know, a few days ago announced $500 billion investment. They're going to build their plants in the United States, which, as you know, almost all of their plants are in China. Now they're building in the United States. Look, the reason is two things. Number one, the election, November 5th, and the other thing is tariffs. I think probably in that order. But Tim Cook came in and he announced 500, think of it, 500 billion, not million. 500 million is a lot when you think about it, right? But I would have been happy with 500 million, but it's $500 billion investment by Apple in the United States. And that's because of the election result, and it's because of the tariffs and the tax incentives too, tariffs and tax incentives. And I've never seen anything like it. We have plants going up now in Indiana. We have plants going up in Michigan. A lot of plants going to be planned from, I'm trying to steer them to Michigan because Michigan got so badly beaten by, what happened with Europe. If you look at Europe, take a look at the EU. We're not allowed to sell cars there. It's prohibitive because of their policies. And also their non-monetary tariffs. They put obstacles in your way that you can do nothing about. But if you take a look at what happens, so we sell no cars to Europe. I mean, virtually no cars. And they sell millions of cars to us. They don't take our agriculture, we take their agriculture. It's like a one-way street with them. The European Union is very, very nasty. They sue our companies. Apple was forced to pay $16 billion on a case that, very much like my cases that I won. They shouldn't have been even cases, but we felt they had no case, and they ended up having an extremely favorable judge and decision. But they're suing Google, they're suing Facebook, they're suing all of these companies, and they're taking billions of dollars out of American companies, many more than the ones I just mentioned. And I guess they're using it to run Europe or something. I don't know what they're using it for, but they treat us very badly. China obviously treats us very badly. Almost everybody does, and I blame past presidents, to be honest, because when I was president, we received so far about $700 billion from China over the years on the tariffs that I put in. No other president got 10 cents from China. And that was only beginning, except for COVID, I would have been able to finish the process. But we had to fight the COVID thing, and we did really well with it, but we had to fight. And then we had actually, as you remember, Mark, we had actually handed over the stock market. It was higher than just previous to COVID coming in, which is sort of a miracle, frankly. We did a good job. But the tariffs are very important. And I think the psychology, there's great spirit. When Mark came in, he said, congratulations, there's a whole new spirit. There's a whole new light over this country, and really over the world. Because you have somebody that, a whole group of people really, because I talk about this whole group, that we know what we're doing, and a lot of great things are happening. But I've never seen investment like this. Trillions of dollars is being invested in the United States now that would have never, our country could have failed. Another 4 years of this, what happened in the last 4 years, our country would have been a crime-ridden mess. And I don't know if you noticed, little thing they call it, but it's not a little thing if you like eggs and you don't have a lot of money. Eggs have gone down 25% in the last couple of weeks. We inherited that problem, eggs. Groceries have gone down a little bit. Energy's gone down. Do you want to speak to that for a second, Governor? Would you just say a couple of words, you and Chris, about energy? What's happened?
Well, happy to, but I think that Chris and I just came from CERAWeek, which is the largest conference in the world. So global leaders, people from the EU, officials from all the energy-producing countries, all there, and all the global nationals, all the U.S. The spirit of that group is through the roof, because now they realize that in the United States, that President Trump's policies are pro-developing more energy, as opposed to we're trying to shut down energy, and that pro-growth, pro-business, pro-energy approach is giving people the optimism. So then the markets are reacting to that, and energy prices on the futures market are going to go down, because people know we're not going to be killing off the energy we need for prosperity in all of our countries, but also for peace, because people have used energy to fuel these wars that President Trump is working so hard to end, and we know that high energy prices were driving the inflation that he talked about. So it accomplishes two goals for us, which is prosperity for the world, peace for the world, when we have smart energy policies, and President Trump has brought common sense back to how we think about energy.
And it's brought down now $65 a barrel, I saw this morning. That's phenomenal news, and that's what brought it up. The energy they took our beautiful energy policies and they just messed them up, and then they went immediately back to them, but by that time they lost it. They lost that Bronco, as the expression goes. Chris, do you have something to say?
Oh, I think Doug said it well, but you just can't overstate how important the return of common sense, the return of knowledge about energy and pro-American consumers, pro-investment in our country. I think globally that was welcomed. It means capital flows, it means more sobriety and lower energy prices, more economic opportunity for Americans. So yeah, it was an elated atmosphere at a global energy conference.
Well, we're working on one project. It should be very easy. It's a pipeline going through a small section of New York. New York's held it up for years, actually, for years. They've wanted to do it for years and years, and it will reduce the most expensive energy almost in the world is in New England, because they have no way of getting it there because it's been held up by New York. And the whole of New England and Connecticut and New York, the energy prices are through the roof. And this one pipeline will save per family $2,500 just on heating and another $2,500 on everything else. So the energy, by just a simple pipeline going through an area that wants it, an area that's not a rich area. It's actually a very poor area. We create jobs and everything else. And it's going to be way underground. Nobody's going to see it. Once they fill it up, nobody's going to see it. Nobody's going to know it's there. And families in New York and Connecticut and New England are going to save $5,000 a family. Think of that. Because right now they have the highest energy prices maybe in the world. They say New England is a disaster. So we're working on that. In fact, the governor's coming in, Governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, who's a very nice woman. She's coming in tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock to meet me on that and other things. And not only that, but other things. So I hope we don't have to use the extraordinary powers of the federal government to get it done. But if we have to, we will. But I don't think we'll have to. I can tell you Connecticut wants it and all of New England wants it. And who wouldn't want it? And it's also jobs on top of everything else. So that's going to be very exciting. So we're meeting with the governor tomorrow morning.
Mr. President, question. Thank you, Mr. President. Greenland. What is your vision for the potential annexation of Greenland and getting them potentially?
Well, I think it'll happen, and I'm just thinking, I didn't give it much thought before, but I'm sitting with a man that could be very instrumental. You know, Mark, we need that for international security, not just security, international. We have a lot of our favorite players, cruising around the coast, and we have to be careful. And we'll be talking to you. It's a very appropriate, really a very appropriate question.
It's
Thank
an
you
issue in
very
the High
much.
North, so the Arctic, so what you did. So when it comes to Greenland, yes or not joining the US, I would leave that outside for me, this discussion, because I don't want to drag NATO in that. But when it comes to the High North and the Arctic, you are totally right. The Chinese are now using these routes. We know that the Russians are rearming. We know we have a lack of icebreakers. So the fact that outside Russia, there are 7 Arctic countries working together on this under US leadership is very important to make sure that that region, that part of the world stays safe. And we know things are changing there, and we have to be there.
Well, we just had an election there the other day. Do you see a referendum, a plebiscite, where the people of Greenland would be in a position to decide if they want to become part of the United States?
Yeah, it was a good election for us, as you know. It was not a referendum. It wouldn't be called that. It was an individual election. But the person that did the best is a very good person, as far as we're concerned. And so we'll be talking about it, and it's very important. Mark mentioned the word icebreaker. So we've ordered, we're in the process of ordering 48 icebreakers. And Canada wants to know if they could use them. I said, well, you got to pay for them. Think of it, Canada. We pay for their military. Canada pays very little for their military because they think we're going to protect them. But even with the icebreakers, so we're going to order 48. And Canada wants to be part of the deal. I say, you got to get your own icebreakers. I mean, if you're a state, you can be part of the deal. But if you're a separate country, you've got to get your own icebreakers. Russia, as you know, has about 40 of them. And we have one big icebreaker. But that whole area is becoming very important. And for a lot of reasons, the routes are very direct to Asia, to Russia. And you have ships all over the place. And we have to have protection. So we're going to have to make a deal on that. And Denmark is not able to do that. Denmark's very far away and really has nothing to do. What happens? A boat landed there 200 years ago or something, and they say they have rights to it. I don't know if that's true. I don't think it is, actually. But we've been dealing with Denmark. We've been dealing with Greenland, and we have to do it. We really need it for national security. I think that's why NATO might have to get involved in a way, because we really need Greenland for national security. It's very important. We have a couple of bases on Greenland already, and we have quite a few soldiers, and maybe you'll see more and more soldiers go there. I don't know. What do you think about that, Pete? So don't answer that, Pete. Don't answer that. But we have bases, and we have quite a few soldiers on Greenland.
There's a simple question, your commitment to NATO. Will anything change? Your commitment to NATO. Will anything change? Same amount of money?
Well, I think they made a great step by putting Mark in charge. I think, to me, that's a great step, because he and I have seen eye to eye on everything for a long time. We've been doing this a long time now. And so that's a great step. You have to keep NATO strong. You have to keep it relevant. But the biggest thing we have to worry about right now is what's going on right now. I think the rest is going to take care of itself. I don't see this. This was a fluke. This was something that, if we had a competent president, it would not have happened. The man was grossly incompetent. All you have to do is take a look at he signs by AutoPen. Who is signing all this stuff by AutoPen? Who would think you sign important documents by AutoPen? These are major documents you're signing. You're proud to sign them. You have your signature on something. In 300 years, they say, oh, look, can you imagine? Everything was signed by AutoPen. Almost everything. Nobody's ever heard of such a thing. So Should have never happened.
Sit tomorrow with the Justice Department about law and order. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, we're going to be with the Justice Department. We have a great Justice Department. Pam Bondi is so fantastic, and Todd Blanche, and Emil, you got to know him a little bit. He was acting for a little while. And some other people are incredible in the Justice Department, and I consider the FBI to be a part of it in a sense, and Cash is going to be fantastic, and all the people Dan Bongino, I love that. I love that. I think Dan is great. I think we have unbelievable people. And all I'm going to do is set out my vision. It's going to be their vision, really, but it's my ideas. And basically, we don't want to have crime in the streets. We don't want to have people pushed into subways and killed, and then the person that did the pushing ends up in a 15-year trial and gets off scot-free. We want to have justice, and we want to have safety in our cities as well as our communities. And we'll be talking about immigration. We'll be talking about a lot of things, the complete gamut. So I look forward to that. That'll be tomorrow at the Justice Department.
Mr. President, you're a man of peace. You said it several times and you made it very clear. A man of peace dealing with belligerent people. And I'm thinking, we saw you handled Zelensky in this very own room. What is your leverage on Putin? I'm thinking sanctions. What if he refuses to?
Well, I do have leverage, but I don't want to talk about leverage now, because right now we're talking to him, and based on the statements he made today, they were pretty positive.
Oh, maybe because
so I
of
don't
the
want to talk about that. I hope Russia's going to make the deal too. And I think once that deal happens, you're never going to be in a process. I don't think they're going back to shooting again. I really believe if we had
this one never changes. I think it's because of the
a
data.
ceasefire treaty, I think that leads to peace. That's going to really lead to peace. I don't think anyone wants to go back. They've been doing this for a long time, and it's
Wait, is
vicious
the
and violent.
accuracy
And
changing?
I think if President Putin agrees and does a ceasefire, I think we're going to be in very good shape to get it done. We want to get it over with. That's why it was very important when I instructed everybody, including Steve, what we're looking for, to discuss concepts of land, concepts of power plants, because it's complicated. You know, you have you're sort of creating the edge of a country. The sad part is that country, if this didn't happen, and it wouldn't have happened, I don't know if they would have to give anything back. I guess Crimea, I said it last time, Crimea was given by Obama. Biden gave him the whole thing, and Bush gave him Georgia. And Trump didn't give him anything. I gave him, you know what I gave him? I gave them javelins. And the javelins were very effective.
Still saying the same shit, gosh.
And then also, if you take a look, I was the one that stopped the pipeline going into Europe.
Fucking Trump.
It was totally stopped. Nord Stream 2. Nobody ever heard of Nord Stream 2 before I came along. But I got along very well with President Putin. I got along with most of them. I get along great with President Xi. I got along great with Kim Jong-un. I got along great with all of them. And we had no wars. We had no problems. We wiped out ISIS in record time. General Raisin Kane, and he wiped them out. And he was going to be our new chief, right? He's going to be the head of Joint Chiefs of Staff. And he's a highly respected man. He's going to be great. Pete's going to be fantastic. I have no doubt about it. We have a great team, really great team. Yeah, please. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, some of our allies have said that they're worried that they could be the next to be attacked by Russia. You've spoken directly with the Russian president. Do you think those fears are justified?
No, I don't. I think when this gets done, it's done. They're going to all want to go home and rest. I don't see it happening. Nope, I don't see that happening. And we'll make sure it doesn't happen. Not going to happen, but we'll make sure it doesn't happen. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Leaders from Russia and Iran are heading to Beijing tomorrow to discuss nuclear programs. What do you hope to get out of that?
Well, maybe they're going to talk about non-nuclear programs. Maybe they're going to be talking about the de-escalation of nuclear weapons. Because, I was talking about that with President Putin very strongly. And we could have done something. Had that election not been rigged, we would have had something. I think I would have made a deal with Putin on de-escalation, denuclearization, as they say.
Oh,
we would have
okay,
de-escalated
I
nuclear
see.
weapons.
The
Because the power of
accuracy
nuclear
is
weapons is so
changing.
great and so devastating. And right now, Russia and us have by far the most. But China
It's
will
just
catch us
it's
within 5
pulling
years.
out the
China doesn't
same.
have, but they're in the process of building, and they build. And within 4 or 5 years, they'll probably have the same.
And by the way, this is a Republican tradition. Ronald Reagan, when he negotiated with Gorbachev in the 1980s about bringing down the number of nuclear weapons, it's what you have been doing your first term, and it is important.
It would be a great achievement if we could bring down the number. We have so many weapons, and the power is so great. And number one, you don't need them to that extent. And then we'd have to get others, because as you know, in a smaller way. Kim Jong-un has a lot of nuclear weapons, by the way, a lot. And others do also. You have India, you have Pakistan, you have others that have them. And we'd get them involved. But we started off with Russia, and we have by far the most. And we were going to denuclearize. And that was going to happen. And then we were going to China. And I spoke to China. I spoke to President Xi about it. And he really liked the idea. He'd like not to spend trillions of dollars building weapons that hopefully he's never going to have to use. And because they are very expensive also. So that would have been great. Okay, one or two more.
There's been tension indeed. Thank you. We're looking at an impending government shutdown Friday midnight.
Yeah.
Democrats for 30 years straight have said if there's a shutdown, bad things happen. Do you anticipate direct negotiations yourself with conference leader of the Democrats, Chuck Schumer?
If they need me, I'm there 100%. It's right now it's 2 or 3 people. If it shuts down, it's not the Republicans' fault. You know, we passed a bill where we had an incredible Republican vote. We only had 1 negative vote, a grandstander, you know, 1 grandstander. There's always a grandstander in the lot. But it was amazing. People were amazed that the Republicans were able to vote in unison like that, so strongly. If there's a shutdown, even the Democrats admit it'll be their fault. And I'm hearing a lot of Democrats are going to vote for it, and I hope they do. This is an extension. But ultimately, we want to vote for one big, beautiful bill where we put the taxes in, we put everything in. We're going to have big tax cuts. We're going to have tremendous incentives for companies coming into our country and employing lots of people. It'll be, I called it, in a rare moment, one big, beautiful bill. That's what I like, and it seems to me that's where they're heading. And we'll have to take care of something to do with Los Angeles. A place called Los Angeles almost burned to the ground. By the way, I broke into Los Angeles. Can you believe it? I had to break in. I invaded Los Angeles, and we opened up the water. And the water is now flowing down. They have so much water, they don't know what to do.
Broke
They're sending
into
it out
Los
to the
Angeles,
Pacific for
invaded.
environmental reasons. Okay, can you believe it? And in the meantime, they lost 25,000 houses. They lost, and nobody's ever seen anything like it. But we have the water. I'd love to show you a picture. You've seen the picture. The water's flowing through the half pipes. You know, we have the big half pipes that go down. 25 years ago, they used to have plenty of water, but they turned it off for environmental reasons. Well, I turned it on for environmental reasons and also fire reasons. But and I've been asking them to do that during my first term. I said, do it. I didn't think anything could happen like this, but they didn't have enough water. Now the farmers are going to have water for their land, and the water's in there. But I actually had to break in. We broke in to do it because we had people that were afraid to give water. They were, in particular, they were trying to protect a certain little fish. And I said, how do you protect the fish if you don't have water? They didn't have any water, so they're protecting a fish. And that didn't work out too well, by the way. So they have a lot of water going down throughout California, all coming out from the Pacific
Every
Northwest.
time I
some from
train
Canada.
them
Thank you,
more,
Canada,
it
very much. I
seems
appreciate
to
it.
be
Next thing you know,
getting
they want to turn
better.
the water off. They want to charge us for the water. But it comes up from the Pacific Northwest, and it's a beautiful thing to see. I mean, it is brimming with water. Now, if they would have had that done, you wouldn't have had the damage because
should be
the fire would have
about
been put out. The fire
1,
hydrants would have been loaded. The sprinklers in people's living rooms and bedrooms would have been loaded up with. They had no water.
okay.
The government makes them put sprinklers, and they had no water in the sprinklers. Because they
Yeah.
had no water.
After running it,
so
some.
the water's flowing, and we're going to have to give a lot of money to Los
Makes
Angeles to help them. And the Democrats are going to want to do that. So that's the one thing different. And frankly, I think that makes it a lot easier. But one of the big thing is we have the big, beautiful bill. We got to get that done. And that will put our country in a position like it's never been. It's a reduction of taxes. It's tremendous incentives for companies to come from all over the world into our country. It's great environmentally, but it's
Sorry,
not
I'm
this
messing-
environmental scam that we went through, that we all
messing
went
with
through.
my project.
It provides for everything. It's a big, beautiful bill, and I hope we can get it approved, and that'll be next. But in the
This is
meantime,
my
we have the
AI
continuing
project
resolution,
right now.
and the Republicans have approved it, and now the Democrats have to approve it, and
Yay.
I hope they will. And I think a lot of them, I can tell you, they want to. I've spoken to some of them. They really want to. Their leadership may not want them to. And if it closes, it's purely on the Democrats. One more?
On Korea, sir, we've seen tension increasing in the peninsula. You've talked about Kim Jong-un. Do you have any plans of re-establishing the relationship you had during the first mandate?
Well, I would. I had a great relationship with Kim Jong-un, North Korea. If I wasn't elected, if Hillary got in, you would have had a nuclear war with North Korea. He expected it. He expected it. And they said, oh, thousands of people. No, millions of people would have been killed. But I got in. We went to Singapore, we met. We went to Vietnam, we met. We got along really good. We had a very good relationship, and we still do. We still do. You don't have that threat that you had. I mean, look, when I was running the first time, it looked like there was going to be a war with North Korea. You know that better than
That's
anyone.
right.
Yeah. And
Everybody
it started
was,
off.
well, started that you invited him for talks,
Right.
but you didn't.
It started off very rough, and he wouldn't meet with Obama, wouldn't take his calls. I said, how many times did you call? They called a lot. He wouldn't take their call. He told me I wouldn't take his call. But with me, it did start off rough, if you remember. Very rough, actually, very nasty.
That was
And yeah, but then, no. Before
Very
that,
nasty.
then, it stopped. The rhetoric was extremely tough. It was.
You had a
It was a little
speech
bit.
in UN, I remember.
Yeah, that's right. It was a little bit dangerous. And then we met. They asked for a meeting, and we met. And the meeting caused the Olympics, which was in South Korea, to become a tremendous success. Nobody was buying tickets for the Olympics because they didn't want to be nuked. I met, and not only did the Olympics
Oh,
become
shit.
successful, but North Korea participated in the Olympics.
What happened?
It was an amazing thing. And that was something that was an achievement of the Trump administration, great achievement. And so I have a great relationship with Kim Jong-un, and we'll see what happens. But certainly he's a nuclear power. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody.
They
Thank you.
just
Thank you.
crash? Yes, it did.
Thank you very much.
You spent more time as domestic predecessor. It's me now.
I would say
You
just
passed
now.
the threshold.
I think just now.
Just now, I think.
Just now I spent.
And that is it. As usual. Basically just said the same shit he did with the Irish Prime Minister. It seems like Trump is still saying the same shit. Right. Same shit, hasn't changed.
There's been tension in the...
Thank you. We're looking at an impending government shutdown Friday at midnight.
Yeah.
Democrats for 30 years straight have said if there's a shutdown, bad things happen. Do you anticipate direct negotiations yourself with conference leader of the Democrats, Chuck Schumer?
If they need me, I'm there 100%. It's right now. It's 2 or 3 people. If it shuts down, it's not the Republicans' fault. You know, we passed a bill where we had an incredible Republican vote. We only had 1 negative vote, a grandstander. You know, 1 grandstander. There's always a grandstander in the lot.
So
but it was amazing. People were amazed that the Republicans were able to vote in unison like that, so strongly. If there's a shutdown, even the Democrats admit it'll be their fault. And I'm hearing a lot of Democrats are going to vote for it, and I hope they do. This is an extension. But ultimately, we want to vote for one big, beautiful bill where we put the taxes in, we put everything in. We're going to have big tax cuts. We're going to have tremendous incentives for companies coming into our country and employing lots of people. It'll be, I called it,
overflow,
in a rare moment, one big, beautiful bill. That's what I like, and it seems to be that's where they're heading. And we'll have to take care of something to do with Los Angeles. A place called Los Angeles almost burned to the ground. By the way, I broke into Los Angeles. Can you believe it? I had a break-in. I invaded Los Angeles, and we opened up the water, and the water is now flowing.
Wait, was this with
so
the...
much water they don't know what to do. They were sending it out to
Oh, it was the NATO secretary, Mark Rutte. That's who he was with. Okay. Anyways. Fucking NATO. Anyways. We're good there. We already saw that. Let's take a look at the birthright citizenship. Why the U.S. has birthright.
After the American Civil War, the U.S. made 3 amendments to its national constitution that, among other things, established rights for African Americans. One of those amendments abolished slavery. One granted the right to vote to African American men, and one, among other things, gave African Americans the right of citizenship. But this one, the 14th Amendment, dealing with citizenship, it was interesting. It never actually used the words African or black or race or former slaves. Instead, it contained a rule that, with some exceptions, being born in the U.S. would make you a citizen of the U.S. Birthright citizenship. If you're born here, you're a citizen here.
Birthright citizenship. Ending birthright citizenship.
In 2025, on Donald Trump's first day as again president, he signed an executive order to end birthright citizenship for the children of anyone temporarily.
This is all the data I'm dealing with.
Over the next few weeks, that order was blocked by more than one federal judge, with one of the cases calling birthright citizenship a foundation of our democracy. And as of this video, we don't actually know how this will all shake out, if the Trump administration will back down, if the Supreme Court will back them up. But Trump had his eye on birthright citizenship for some time.
Number one, the 14th Amendment is very questionable as to whether or not somebody can come over, have a baby, and immediately that baby is a citizen.
And he hasn't been the only one to feel that way. Today, 40% of Americans think that the children of undocumented immigrants should not be given birthright citizenship. The meaning of the 14th Amendment didn't just come up for debate this year. It's actually an argument we've been having with ourselves as a country going way back. And a lot of that debate has been around this idea of who is supposed to get citizenship and who isn't. Like, for example,
the 14th Amendment meant to give citizenship to freed slaves. It was never meant to give citizenship to foreign aliens.
So, okay. Is that true? What does the law actually say about birthright citizenship? And why have Americans been arguing over it for almost 200 years?
'Cause they're a bunch of pussies. I'm just kidding.
So in this video, we're going to look at the 3 moments that made us a country where everyone born here is a citizen. We're going to start with, actually with none of these. First, we're going to start quickly here at the original U.S. Constitution, which said nothing about who is and is not a citizen. The idea that you're a citizen if you're born here, that existed, but it was more of a legal assumption at the time, inherited from English common law.
Was just simply understood if you were born in the realm, you were subject of the king.
Which itself came from this old Roman idea of jus soli, or the right of soil, as opposed to the right of blood, where citizenship is passed down from your parents. But because jus soli is more of a principle than a law, for the first 70-ish years of the US,
Bro, what the fuck do you
really
want, you
rules on who
fucking
is and isn't
weirdo?
born an American citizen.
Autocorrect? Shut the fuck up. Lying sack of shit.
1857, just a few years before the Civil War, a time when the U.S. looks like this. Some states where slavery is legal, some where it isn't. And around this time, an enslaved man is taken by his enslaver from a slave state into free territory.
Dio and you can go get deported together.
Should have made him a free man. His case eventually goes to the U.S. Supreme Court in Washington, D.C., and it will come to be known as the Dred Scott decision. That's his name.
Yeah.
And
Dred
what the court
Scott,
says is neither
How
Scott
dare you time
nor
your
his
Asian
family
bro me out? You're a lying sack of shit.
And they add
Stop
that
lying.
he's also
no one likes a
not
liar.
citizen.
No one likes a
In
rat,
fact, they
okay?
say that as a rule,
You know
a
what they
person of
do
the
to
African
rats?
race
They fucking
cannot
kill
be a
them.
U.S. citizen by birth or otherwise.
The Supreme Court ultimately concludes that they weren't considered to be the part of the people of the United States, part of the citizenry of the United States.
At this time, there are many free black people.
Don't
in
know what
the
that
states
means,
of the
uh-huh.
US.
Mm-hmm.
But this court decision officially says that the country now has 2 classes of people: those who are citizens or who can become
Your ass
citizens.
is gonna
or whose
get
children can
deported.
be
I'm gonna
citizens,
get the
and
FBI on
those
your
for
ass.
whom None of that applies.
I'm Asian, speak
And within a few
English,
years,
fool?
ideas like that
Sure.
Literally torn the U.S.
Sure you are.
apart. These states secede.
Why are you trying to act Asian
These
when you're
states
not?
Go to war against them.
You just sound like a
partly to
retard.
eliminate slavery and that 2-tiered system. And they win. So now the Civil War is over, and the victorious North decides to undo the Dred Scott case by passing the first American law to say that people born here are citizens, the Civil Rights Act of
one will stay the same,
1866. Problem number 1. The president at the time has some objections to this, and in a letter to Congress, he complains that in addition to African Americans, birthright citizenship is also going to make Gypsies and Chinese people citizens. But Congress actually has enough votes to pass it over the president's objections, and it becomes law. But problem number 2.
There would always be the risk that the civil rights laws could be modified by a subsequent Congress.
A future Congress could
What
theoretically
you doing?
repeal the
I'm
law.
messing with my
So to
project.
make
What
birthright
else?
citizenship a more permanent part of the law, they also decide to
And
write
what
it
does it look
into
like?
a constitutional amendment, what will become the 14th Amendment. And it says, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. This is the language that will put birthright citizenship into the U.S. Constitution.
Asian
It will
shit, I
also
see. What are
eventually
you
be the
even
source of
talking about?
Some debate because of this
The people in my class are
qualified,
doing the same thing, and
subject
they're not
to
even
the
Asian.
jurisdiction of the U.S.
I literally
For example,
have
let's
a.
say an immigrant
There's like some
comes to the
white
US
guy
and
who's
then has a
doing it.
child. Are they subject
There's
to the
a
US's
there's a
jurisdiction?
chick
The
who's
amendment
doing the
itself
same project.
doesn't
There's so
elaborate
many
on
fucking
this.
people who's do. There's even a Mexican. I have a
Congress passes
Mexican
the 14th
friend
Amendment, as they debate it, they actually
who's
keep
even
pretty good
doing this
records of
fucking
their
project.
conversations. For example, one senator asks the rest of the
I don't know
Senate,
what the fuck you're talking
"Won't
about,
this
you
give
little
citizenship
shit.
to the children of Chinese people?" Another senator says, "Yes."
Dude, why are
The
you
child
such a
of an Asian
brain-dead
is
kid?
as much a citizen as the child of a European.
I guess this is what happens when you
mattered
don't get higher
because
education.
They showed that they
You
understood
turn
that
retarded
children
and you
of
just say the
immigrants
dumbest
would
shit.
become citizens at birth under this rule.
So it's with
What?
that understanding,
I'm
birthright
sorry.
citizenship enters the
Fuck you.
Constitution. A big majority of Congress votes for it, but not everyone. For example, this guy, who's concerned about Chinese people becoming citizens, he does not vote for it. And that is actually important. The 14th Amendment becoming law
sorry, that was
doesn't
rude.
necessarily mean
That was
everyone
very
likes
rude.
it. Remember that. It's gonna come
That
back
was
later.
not
And after a
necessary.
quick break, we're going to talk about where that debate goes.
I was out of
next,
pocket.
and how it creates the 14th Amendment's first big test. Promise this will be fast. Hi, I'm Adam. I produced this video. If you're finding it at all interesting, you should know that videos are actually just one part of what we do at Vox. There's a whole
I mean, I
staff
shouldn't
of
say
reporters
friend.
at
He's more like a
Vox.com
colleague.
whose job it is to
School
help you
classmate.
understand the world. I made this video because I wanted to better understand how we became a country that on one hand offers birthright citizenship, but on the other is a place where a lot of people are mad about that. Like we say in the video, it's about 40% of all Americans.
How many
As you can
steps
see for
are
yourself,
there?
it's also about
Oh,
90% of
125.
YouTube commenters. Vox's mission is
This
not
is gonna take
necessarily
some
to
time.
tell you the news. There's lots of people doing that. It's overwhelming.
The reason why
as
it's
is. What we
taking
try to
some
do is give you
time
the
because it's
context
running
and
an
hopefully the insight to
algorithm
understand
to
what is
check
important and what is distraction. If that mission sounds like
between the
something you might
different
want to lend your
genes to
support
see if
to,
there's
you can do that
any
at vox.com/memberships. That's it. Thanks.
if there's any
Okay,
discrepancies.
so far
or
in the
anything.
story, we've seen both a president and a senator voice kind of the same concern about specifically Chinese people becoming American citizens. And this is actually pretty emblematic of this time period when there are a growing number of Chinese laborers in the US, along with a growing sentiment from some that they don't belong here. And in 1882, Congress passes the Chinese Exclusion Act. And it says, among other things, Chinese immigrants can't become citizens. Though it doesn't say anything about their children. And this is only meant to last 10 years, but it ends up being the first of several Chinese exclusion acts that
Yeah.
remain in effect until 1943.
Yeah,
And it's
so
in that
yeah, when
context
they
that a few
started
years after the Chinese
right getting
Exclusion Act,
immigrating
a guy from San
people, yeah,
Francisco
the Chinese
goes to visit his
exclusion, right,
family in
because they
China.
were
A few
the
months later, he
railroad
comes back
system and shit
and
like
is
that.
denied entry to the U.S. He says, "But I was born here. I'm a citizen." And his case eventually goes to the Supreme Court. The guy's name is Wong Kim Ark. He's around 25, works as a cook, has a wife and child back in China, and his case is kind of the perfect test for the 14th Amendment, which, remember, says you're a citizen if you're born here and
yeah.
if you're subject to the jurisdiction of the
US.
So, here's the question. When Wong was born here to his Chinese immigrant parents who were not U.S. citizens, was he under the jurisdiction of and thus a citizen of the place he was born?
Well, I mean, did he
Or
get
was he a citizen of the place his parents were
his
from?
parents were from? Well, I mean, right, right. There's no documentation, right? There's no official documentation of him in China, correct? Because he was born on U.S. soil. So the only time they have official documentation is right once they are born and once the the hospital gives you your birth certificate and whatever, right?
In 1898, the court makes their decision. Wong Kim Ark is a citizen. The court says there's three types of people in the U.S. who are not subject to the country's jurisdiction. Diplomats,
foreign,
certain Native Americans, and invading forces occupying territory.
So, yeah, as you can see. The Dred Scott decision. Solely. So these are these are the people who cannot be birthright citizens.
Their children are not citizens at birth, but other than that, partly because of what is written down in those congressional debate records.
So basically, I'm just trying to make
pretty much everyone here.
I'm just trying to make sure I'm getting the features and doing the checking and whatnot.
Everyone born here is a citizen.
And these
And that
algorithms.
basically remains the legal consensus.
Basically, all I'm doing is
For more
checking
than a
if the
century,
algorithm's
officials
working correctly.
have acted in
On
concert.
the data.
It is the repeated recognition by everyone within the legal system that this is the correct meaning of the 14th Amendment.
But a legal consensus, it's not necessarily the same as a popular consensus. In the 1980s and 1990s, the population of undocumented immigrants starts to go up, and birthright citizenship comes back as a political issue.
A growing chorus of Republican lawmakers are demanding another look at the 14th Amendment.
Subject to the jurisdiction, illegals don't fall under that, just like diplomats' children.
If the 14th Amendment had not existed, my great-grandparents would not have been citizens.
Disagreement over birthright citizenship is not new.
Yeah, I mean, right? It hasn't. I feel like this has been talked about a lot, even before.
I'm going to tell you one more story about the 14th Amendment.
What the fuck is up with people?
Way back when Congress originally voted for it.
Whispering me.
Part of why an amendment giving citizenship to
I just
African
talk in the
Americans was
fucking
able to
chat.
pass
What
with
are you
these
trying
kinds
to
of
whisper
margins
me, you
because
fucking weirdos?
At the end of the Civil War,
doing
only these
some
states
weird
were even
shady shit
represented
there.
in Congress.
I don't like that shit.
But for the 14th Amendment to become official, to
Like the
become part of
fucking
the Constitution, it also
I'm
had
not
to
paying
be
attention to the
ratified,
fucking Twitch.
voted for by
fucking
three-quarters of all the state governments. And
The
that
website bullshit.
did not happen at first.
So it's like when
None of
people
these
fucking
states
message me,
wanted
I don't
to
see it.
ratify it.
So it's like,
And then
you're not gonna talk in the
Congress
fucking
made
stream chat. Well, I'm not gonna
They
fucking
said
see
these
it.
states will only be readmitted
What's wrong
to
with
Congress
fucking people?
if they ratify this amendment. You have lost a war.
I
and
feel like
these
every
are
time
terms
fucking people that do that shit, they're just bots. Fuck.
peace.
Like, why would you do that?
And one way to look at that is that this amendment is kind of different. It isn't just some law from a long time ago. It's a treaty. It represented the leaving behind of an old country and the formation of a new one. Today, just like back then, the president is someone who doesn't agree that birthright citizenship should apply to everyone, even though, to be clear, a majority of Americans think it should. And once again, it seems like the final call will be up to the U.S. Supreme Court, which for more than 100 years has recognized again and again that birthright citizenship is the law.
I mean, right, we already have a history where, right, if you just go back, we already have a history where they already kind of made a rule on this, right? The Dred Scott, the 14th Amendment, right? This was the whole basis of the 14th Amendment, was when they were starting to immigrate people. That's why they did the 14th Amendment. It was like, and then you had this case, the Wong Kim Ark case, which is like a very open and shut case, literally. He wasn't He wasn't a foreign ambassador, right? He wasn't an Indian. He didn't own any. He didn't own any allegiance to any fucking tribes or anything like that. And alien enemies in hostile occupation. And he wasn't even in hostile occupation, right? He was born in the U.S. So if he was in China and born in hostile occupation, okay, sure. But he wasn't, I guess. Well, even then, hostile occupation means a certain thing, right? And even if he was born in China, that doesn't mean shit. Right? Because, I mean, if you just look at what happened just look at what's going on today. So many fucking Chinese citizens now. So many fucking Vietnamese citizens, right? It's like, what?
And that basically remains the legal consensus to this
You got
day.
even Korean citizens, Japanese citizens.
To the jurisdiction,
Right, Japanese Americans, Vietnamese Americans. I'm one of them. European American.
illegals don't fall under that, just
Well,
like
what is going
diplomats'
on here?
children.
If the 14th Amendment had not existed, my great-grandparents would not have been citizens.
Disagreement over birthright citizenship is not new. In fact, I'm going to tell you one more story about the 14th Amendment. Way back when Congress originally voted for it, part of why an amendment giving citizenship to African Americans was able to pass with these kinds of margins is because at the end of the Civil War, only these states were even represented. in
Represented,
Congress.
yeah.
But for the
Well, I mean, Lincoln was like, yeah, we'll give you guys citizenship, right?
The 14th Amendment to become official, to become part of the Constitution, it also
Or, well,
had to
sovereignty
be
in it. Well,
ratified,
independent.
voted for by 3/4 of all the state governments. And that did not happen at
right, Lincoln was the only person that actually made them feel human, right?
first. None of these states wanted
Not
to
some
ratify.
object to be used
And then
for
Congress
labor and
made
shit like
them.
that, right?
They said these states will only be readmitted to Congress if they ratify this amendment. You have lost a war, and these are the terms of peace. And one way to look at that is that this amendment is kind of different. It isn't just some law from a long time ago. It's a treaty. It represented the leaving behind of an old country and the formation of a new one. Today, just like back then, the president is someone who doesn't agree that birthright citizenship should apply to everyone, even though, to be clear, a majority of Americans think it should. And once again, it seems like the final call will be up to the U.S. Supreme Court, which
Yeah, I mean,
for more
right.
than
I mean, if
100
it has
years
anything to do with the
recognized
Constitution,
again
the
and
Supreme
again
Court
that
is going to make
birthright
a
citizenship is the law.
big ruling, especially if it's one of the big amendments
We'll see what happens this time.
or the articles. So is Superman going to get deported? Yes. He is. Alright,
Senator Sanders, did you only speak at this Planned Parenthood event because of Planned Parenthood Action's donation to the DSCC?
hey, no questions right now.
You're outside the United States Capitol and you don't want to answer any questions? I'm just asking about the funding and the protest. But we're on a sidewalk, dude.
This is we're outside in the public. What do you mean, no question?
Follow a senator on the sidewalk on the Congress. Yeah, if you're media, yeah, you can.
Why? Look, all you have to say is we're not taking any questions. Have a nice day. I don't know why they fucking have to be a retard and lie about all the fucking dumb shit they do. Lie about the fakest shit. But, oh no, this is national security. It's like, what are you talking about? We're out in fucking public. I'm asking you a fucking question, you fucking weirdo. Fucking idiots. It was the same with Biden too, probably. Right? Schumer. All these fucking Democrat fuckwits. God, I fucking hate America right now. Especially with some of these politicians. Holy shit, some of them need to fucking be smacked up. Always doing stupid shit to line their fucking pockets. Florida substitute teacher urged children to beat up classmate. Jesus. Holy fuck. Trump should be censored for racial Pocahontas slur. What the fuck? How is that a racial slur? Oh no. You're turning an actual person's name into a racial slur. Oh no. Oh no. You're turning her into a racial slur. Yeah, I think this is the one in kind of the one. Pocahontas. Let's see if there's a picture of her. Uh. Yep, never mind. Man, I wish I kind of had those old history books that that the middle school or elementary school had, because I'm pretty sure there was a photo of her in there, because they did have pictures in there. Because I remember seeing pictures of the old industrial, the industrial era and stuff like that. Anyways. Trump is destroying the economy. What do you mean? Oh, is that Adam Schiff? Oh, God. Yeah, he shivs you in the fucking back. Because he's fucking trying to steal your money. Doge says children aged 11 and under were granted 312 mil in loans during coronavirus pandemic. Wait, what? What do you mean? Like in terms of health? Like what? I'm so confused. When they say 312 million, how did they receive this? Through vaccines? Through educate? I'm so confused. Wait. Huh? They took 5,593 loans when their social security number was used in incorrect names? That sounds like identity fraud. SSN fraud. Are you saying that the whoever these family, I don't know if the family members are doing it, but that's shady as fuck. I'm pretty sure this is a federal crime too, by the way. Don't do that. Never do this. This is a federal crime to fucking steal someone's social security number and then fucking use it like that. You're literally fucking stealing someone's identity. Okay. Well, sounds like some fraud. Those 25% tariffs on electricity exports to us in response to Trump planned tariffs. Fuck Canada. Blame Canada. Blame Canada. Blame Canada. Blame Canada. Oh, wait. Hold on.
Blame Canada! Blame Canada! For their beady little eyes and flapping heads so full of lies. Blame Canada! Blame Canada!
Alright, there we go. God, man, is big fat bitch. Biggest bitch in the whole wide world. Biggest bitches, biggest bitch. Good boys and girls. OpenAI Sam Altman reverts to leftist form. Did just Trump to host San Fran fundraiser for Democrats and Mark Warner? Well, I mean, obviously, dude. Look, these people have to get money however they can. Especially if it's the shady Sam Altman, right? Chris Matthews, Trump admin, ignore it. MAGA people don't know any better.
You got a trade war. He has started a trade war.
Trade war! Trade war! Trade war!
Those weird sounds every time Musk says, oh, that's good. Why did they just say you're lying? You're lying because people come in this country illegally.
I want to do trade wars. I want to do race wars. I want to do war.
Because they have to use some phony name, but they don't get any benefits.
Do all the wars.
Why do the Democrats rise up and say we are not paying Social Security to 160-year-olds because there aren't any 160-year-olds? The ignorance of this crowd.
Wait, are you so you're telling me the crowd is ignorant because they say there's no 160-year-olds? Can you name one 160-year-old? I'm pretty sure I can pull this up right now. There are no. I'm pretty sure there's none. Yeah, and the oldest age who has been independently verified was this person of Brazil. Back in World War One. It's like, what? Oh, they're saying it's a false claim on Trump's part. Oh, that's funny. But honestly, it's more so the fact that there's people using they're using the Social Security system for shadiness, and it has been right because there's people fucking stealing people's identities. Like, well, obviously there's gonna be some fucking shit going on in the Social Security shit. Like, come on. Like, the fact that these people on the fucking news don't even know what the fuck is happening or just playing dumb. It's just like, dude. Do you know how shady people are? Do you understand criminals? I guess you don't. Because they don't give a fuck about you. If a criminal saw your dumbass, you fucking old-ass senile news anchor, he'd fucking shank you so easily.
Unbelievable. And there are people out there, the MAGA people, don't know any better. They go, that's good.
There's literally people who stab people over fucking food and shoes sometimes. There was, remember recently there was that one dumb bitch that decided to fucking, I don't know if they killed the employee, but they stabbed the fuck out of the employee just for food. It's like, Jesus Christ, dude, you guys are fucking madmen. Y'all deserve the fucking brick to the dome, Jesus.
I will strive to do a better job myself of elevating the political discussion.
This is pretty much the worst video ever.
You don't elevate shit. You don't bring anything to the table. Instead, you can just die on a fucking pike, you fucking weirdo.
You started trade war.
No one cares about your fucking opinion.
That we're gonna lose.
Fucking put a sock in it, senile old fuck. Hope you croak soon, you fucking piece of shit. God. Sorry, that was a little rude, but I'm sick and tired of fucking people. I'm so fucking sick of it.
Rep Pelosi.
Oh, I'm sick of these fucking people too.
Are you only speaking at this
I hope
event
these
because
fucking
of
people
Planned
croak soon
Parenthood's
too. Jesus
contributions
fuck.
to the Senate Democrats and House Democrats? Is that why you're speaking at this anti-Trump march?
How's that fucking hip replacement, you dumb bitch?
Representative Pelosi. Planned Parenthood Action gave a lot of money to the DCC and to Hakeem Jeffries. Is that why you're speaking at this event?
Oh yeah. They also support Planned Parenthood shit, just by the way. Then again, then again, I don't really care about the whole fucking abortion bullshit. States already make fucking rules state to state anyways. Before you give a what?
They're cool cars.
Allah Akbar?
Is
What the
clearly
fuck?
Trying to do his friend, political donor, actually government employee, a pretty big favor here for his private business.
Really? It's hardly the first time we've had cars on the South Lawn. Man, here's a video of Joe Biden driving a Jeep Rubicon around the South Lawn.
I got her. Oh yeah, there he goes. Whee! Is he gonna be okay to drive? It looks like he's having some issues.
I mean, it's pretty common.
And President Trump did it before in his first term as well.
It's pretty common for the President of the United States to boost American industries, American-made products.
Yeah, like what? I'm so weird. Why are news outlets so against trying to make America great again, or trying to put more production facilities, like, or try to drive up more business in America? It's like what? I don't. It makes no fucking sense, dude. These fucking news outlets just complain and fucking complain all the fucking time. God. And they're complaining in their fucking studios where their bosses are just shellacking them. Suck my dick, bitch.
That's exactly the answer I wanted.
And companies that are, employing Americans. It's extremely common. He obviously has a close relationship with Elon, who, by the way, is, I think, unfairly under attack, and this company is unfairly under attack. You have these insane people all over the country chasing people down in their Teslas in New York City. I had a friend who tried to trade his Tesla in New York the other day, and there were protesters screaming at his children.
Look,
These people are unhinged.
Yeah, they are unhinged as fuck, man. Well, remember that one time when this one dumb bitch just started yelling at some kid for some in a baby stroller? The fucking baby didn't even do anything to you. And the dumb bitch just started screaming at the kid. It was so fucking weird. Man, fucking drunk ass bitches, man.
And
they deserve support from the
But
government.
let's be clear. Let's not skirt over the fact that Elon Musk spent $250 million to elect.
I'm sorry, if I saw this person on the side of the street, I'd fucking trip the fuck. I'd fucking. She's such a dumb bitch. She probably fell on her head when she was fucking born. God.
So you're against an American company?
No, that's not.
You don't want the government to support this company?
Checkmate.
Yeah, I'm surprised Scott. I'm surprised he's always on here, fucking talking to these fucking idiots. Yeah, I'd be so upset with some of these people because all they do is just stir shit for no reason, just constantly, just every fucking day, the stupidest shit ever. Oh, Trump is doing this and it's hurting my feelings. We should impeach him. Impeach him over fucking feelings. Okay, dude. Over your dumbass feelings. You deserve a fucking pike.
On March 7th.
Alright. Let's talk about Mr. The Goblin Cave Dweller, Mr. Asmongold.
An American citizen. I would
and Hassan, the terrorist sympathizer.
No, it does not. What are you talking about?
I don't
I mean, at this point, I'm just gonna call Hassan a fucking terrorist.
exactly how the law works. This is what I've heard.
Then why did you spend 48 hours worth of content saying? Oh my God.
That's it.
And
Wait, what? Hold on. So what is he getting? Hassan says he proved Asmon wrong over his anti-tree speech? Oh, anti-free speech views. With evidence to the contrary, Asmongold immediately said, if that's true, then I guess he's right and I'm wrong. You are anti-free speech.
You spent 48 hours worth of content saying, oh my God.
That's it.
And I certainly don't know all of the confines of like, I don't know everything about the fucking immigration law either. Having said that, then why did you spend 48 fucking hours worth of content saying?
Anyway, he spent.
Hassan is such a bad. Hassan is so disingenuous. It's fucking insane. Dude, Twitch is disingenuous. Hassan is disingenuous. Dena, right? All these fuckwits. They deserve all the legal action on them. They deserve the FBI raining down on their fucking domes.
Way more than 48, by the way.
Right, I hope CIA, FBI, I hope ICE, I hope everyone gets in on this shit and fucks them up. I'm so sick and tired of these fuckwits.
No, it does not. That's you can, in the United States of America, you can literally fucking.
I mean, right, you already had ADL, even though I hate the fucking ADL. You already had the ADL coming in on, right, talking about this, Hassan and Twitch. You had one of the politicians talk about Hassan and Twitch. You have people stirring shit up with Twitch and Hassan and all these political content streamers. Right. I think even Elon Musk said something too. Right, so it's right. They know shit is at right. They know what's going on the internet space. Let's just say that.
Can't fuck fucking deport you over.
Yes, that's true. If you're a citizen, Hassan would be right.
What are you talking about?
Yes.
It is also constitutionally protected. He's saying
no.
Context. Under the Immigration and Nationality Act, any non-citizen, including a green card holder, is subject to deportation if they...
Yeah, this has always been the case, right? Right, you are on a green card and you cause a crime or some shit, right? Even if it's not terrorist activities, right? If you just cause some sort of crime that right, and they can deport your ass regardless of fucking immigration or terrorist activities.
Engage in terrorist activities. These activities include material support like any form of facilitation of
It's particular crimes where if you're a non-citizen and you're under a green card or visa or whatever, yeah, you're more subject to the laws, right? You're gonna get deported, but you might get the law on your case, and they might deport you to your country's court system to deal with you.
In the case of Mahmoud Khalil, Hassan is muddying the waters trying to reframe this individual as just being pro-Palestine.
I mean, just look at what happened to fucking Julian Assange and Snowden.
This is the guy
right?
that has been detained, is the leader of the CUAD.
Right, if the government really wanted to, they could fucking rain down on your fucking domes.
Formed after SLP and JVP were suspended for pro-terror activity.
The CUAD, Columbia University Apartheid Diversity.
Oh yeah, the Columbia doing this shit? Yeah, that was fucking dumb. I think UCLA had an issue with this too, where some people were trying to fucking do that shit.
Was responsible for this reenactment of Helm's Deep last year.
Helm's Deep.
And so Khalil openly defends Hamas in a CUAD video on March 2025.
We tried armed resistance.
We tried armed resistance. I mean, with that, it's like, dude, what are you doing? Armed resistance? So you attacked the citizens. So you attacked normal people who had nothing to do with this shit. To just play along with your fucking game? Is that it? Is that what you want, Hassan? You want people to play along with your fucking game? Is that it? I mean, I can play with your game. I can play with my game too. My game is fucking shooting you motherfuckers. It's an orange tip, by the way. It's not real. I mean, I could get my real one if I really wanted to.
Which is again legitimate under international law, but again, Israel is terrorism.
Yes, they're
Yeah, honestly, this is the reason why I don't like certain people. Especially like this guy and fucking Hassan. Right, you're obviously there to stir shit up. Let's not beat around the bush.
You're killing innocent people. CUAD's anti-American stance is clear. Members
Yeah, and the dude is on a visa. The dude, on a green card or visa or whatever, and he's trying to rally people. Right, he's trying to start a militant group in a sense.
On March 9th, 2020.
I mean, he's trying to start with the Minneapolis riots, right? Where they just saw Minneapolis burn.
The NY Post exposed.
Or you had Antifa firebombing shit. It's just like, dude, you guys are so fucking stupid. You guys are retarded.
March 24th, called Palestinian Resistance 101.
Oh yeah, didn't recently Trump was like, oh yeah, we're just gonna make those guys who do that kind of shit, we're gonna label them terrorists. Like anyone doing this kind of shit at schools and trying to stop people from doing their work or business or whatever. Like if you're trying to literally stop people, hold people hostage from doing their shit, it's like, dude,
If this
you're asking for
guy is
trouble.
associated with this group, and this group has done anything to whitewash Hamas or to promote Hamas, without a shadow of a doubt, they have a complete justification to deport them. But these are, in fact, what the rules are. It is a literal fact that a green card holder can be removed for being part of a group that expresses support for a terrorist group.
Yes.
It's literally outlined, and this specific case, like, it is literally written down.
I won't talk to you because you're intentionally being dishonest.
Define support. I would say passing out flyers and then inviting a person from a terrorist organization to speak at your event is supporting. That's in my opinion. I think
that is in a sense supporting. I would say you are an accomplice in that. Just like how the law says how people get be accomplices in crime, right? It's the same way. You are an accomplice by supporting, validating, right? Giving them a platform to do that kind of shit.
Support. That is.
It's the same with Hassan. The fact that Twitch is allowing Hassan to say that all that shit on his stream, right? Especially Denims, the fucking Mike from PA or whatever his fucking shit name is, right? All these people are fucking terrible people, right? They all deserved a fucking jail time.
Also, that's coward.
Yeah, stop supporting terrorists. You would think that not supporting terrorists is easy to do, but you'd really be surprised. Let me go back.
Constitutionally protected. He's saying he won't talk to you because you're intentionally being dishonest. That's cowardice. Okay.
So if I go and I look at the tweet that
Hassan spent a good portion of stream today trying to get Asmongold to speak with him about Mahmoud Khalil. Why? That doesn't make any sense. Also, Hassan has this weird way of trying to get... Oh god, I'm so sorry, Asmongold. Oh no. Oh no. I'm gonna do Asmongold dirty. I'm sorry, buddy. God damn it. But yeah, anyways. Hassan is like Destiny. He always tries to get people to debate him or talk to him on stream. It's so fucking weird.
Hassan made about me. And this is why I don't engage with this. It's because it's completely misrepresenting. Absolutely 100% misrepresentation. When somebody opens up a conversation...
Well, I mean, he's just trying to get you to do what he did last time and get you banned. because of your slip up in terminology and the whole I'm not gonna even say it because but anyways, yes, look, all Hassan is trying to do his bullshit. Where is it? Right, he's just trying to get you to slip up so he can get you fucked over, like he usually does, like Destiny. Even though Destiny kind of shot himself in the foot, too, with his dumbass fucking shit he does all the time. Where is it? There it is. It's a sound system. Even though Hassan is actually starting to target someone who's actually kind of on the same level or bigger than him, right? But he's also name-calling Asmongold too sometimes, right? And he's obviously debating his weaker opponent, right? People from chat who fucking don't know shit. It's just like, well, I mean, you probably have a distribution of people who are actually living in the bullshit and then who are actually egging on the crap and whatnot, right? The whole fucking spectrum, right? But yeah, he's always misrepresenting people. Always. And he never represents himself in the most he keeps representing himself in the most noble light, even though he's such a fucking shady fuck. He's a lying fuck.
on the premise of
The dude
me
goes
thinks
online
Steve
spouting
thinks it's a
fucking,
violation of free
"Oh, I
speech
like
when devs
terrorists."
Make video game boobs smaller. But when the DHS openly kidnaps a green card holder,
He goes online being like, "Oh, Luffy, we need more Luffys around the world.
it's a violation of free
We
speech
need to
when
get
video
that
game
Luffy
devs
guy
make
back
video
on the
game boobs
stream."
smaller. I wish it was, but unfortunately it's not. This is an obvious appeal. This is an ad absurdum. We're going to escalate what you're thinking. You are a crazy, unreasonable, stupid person for believing this, and I'm going to caricature you as something that you're not in order.
Asmongold thinks it's a violation of free speech when devs make video games boobs smaller. What? That's not. Huh? What? But when the DHS openly kidnaps a green card holder for being see, and he yeah, that just like he said, he misrepresents what this fucking guy is doing. This dude is obviously a fucking terrorist sympathizer, just like you, Hassan. So the fact that he's getting taken away means some bad shit for you, right? And bad shit for all those other fuckwits who's doing it.
To make you look stupid. So you introduce me as this
Bunch
person,
of donkey
but then the
dick
DHS openly
riding
kidnaps a
fuckheads.
green card holder for being pro-Palestine. He's not getting deported for being pro-Palestine. He's getting deported, and I don't know, maybe
Yeah.
he's not going to get deported.
No, fuck him. He should get deported. If anything, he should get the slammer. Motherfucker deserves a fucking hole.
Right? There's a chance that he's
He
not
deserved
gonna get
that
deported.
black,
But let's say he
cold
does,
cellar
it will be because, it will not be because he's
of no
pro-Palestine.
interaction
It will
where
be
he
because
just sits there and thinks about his dumb
positivity towards being pro-Hamas.
his dumb
And this
fucking
is the problem,
speeches
is that
and
Hassan keeps
activism
making this
for fucking
comparison.
terrorism.
He keeps going and saying that being pro-Hamas
Same with
is
Hassan. He can go in that
pro-Palestine.
fucking
This
dark
is
hole
a
too.
terrible way of looking at it.
I think even the prison systems tried to do away with some of that shit because it's mentally draining on the I mean, they deserve it. They fucked around and
Hamas is a
found out,
terrorist
right?
Organization, and you do a massive disservice to Palestinians when you just use them interchangeably, because this is not the same thing, and it damages their entire cause. It makes all of them look like they're these bad people, and he's doing this, and I think he's own-goaling for something that he's so fucking supportive of. He thinks it's awesome and not a violation of the First Amendment. It's not that
I'm surprised Asmongold doesn't call him just a terrorist sympathizer already. I mean, Hassan also labeled himself a fucking propagandist too. I mean, I'm surprised Asmongold doesn't know about that one.
I think that that's what the law is. That's what the law, classic free speech defender stuff here. So again, I am a free speech defender, but I have never said that I am a free speech absolutist. I've never said this before. I've openly stated in many cases that there are tons of things that I think there should be limitations on free speech about. So when I see somebody who is in every single line of their statements about me mischaracterizing intentionally.
Also, you have never had free speech right? There's always stipulations to these fucking to these to the laws and to the amendments, right? There has always been stipulations and laws.
Caricaturing and misrepresenting what I'm saying.
I mean, if the fact that you're trying to make new stipulations and laws without lobbying correctly or without pushing a bill forward, you're doing something shady.
All you do is enable it. No, it's not.
Yeah, you're enabling.
This is what he said originally.
Hassan is enabling fucking crime. All right, that's no ifs, ands, or buts. He's enabling criminal activity. Same with Twitch is enabling criminal activity. Kick is enabling criminal activity. All these platforms that are paying some of these fucking streamers for their contracts, they're paying them to do criminal activity. Fuck these people. Fuck you guys. You guys are shady as fuck.
It's not good faith at all. It's not even remotely good.
It's the
like
same with the
180
music
degrees
industry.
in the other direction. I think that Hassan and
right, and
I don't wanna
and you
make it
know
personal,
some of those guys
but
are
I do worry that
gangbangers. Like,
Hassan-
come the
like,
fuck
I look
up.
at this clip, right? Where is the where is like fan comes up to there? Here we go. Oh, this is me reacting to it. I saw this video yesterday. Look, that was a while ago.
I'm sorry, I forgot to say you need to stop drinking Coke Zero on stream.
Why?
It's boycott.
What is it?
You're preaching pro-Palestine and you're
Yeah, luckily it was just this person. Yeah, luckily it wasn't someone who's trying to start an actual fight.
drinking all this boycott stuff, please, Hassan. At least pretend, do it off stream. Please,
Okay, I'll put it in a glass. Is Pepsi okay?
No.
Is it...
No
Okay.
soda,
I didn't know it was like that. I'm trying to stop it. He's an animal.
Shutting down. So you have a person who is, in my opinion, to a degree, audience capture. These people got mad at him for drinking Coca-Cola, okay?
Yeah.
Like if you look at, for example, my videos about Donald Trump, and if you look at Asmongold, Ukraine, Trump, this has 2,000 downvotes. The reason why is because I expressed a lot of frustration with what Trump was doing, and I disagreed with him. And so I have no problem going against my audience in a lot of cases. And
Well, I mean, I mean, I mean, Zelensky was trying to do some shady shit, so that's not my problem. You can hate Trump for all he does, but Zelensky was trying to do some shady shit. Whether you think that or not, that's not my problem. But fuck you too, Asmongold. Shady fuck.
In fact, some of the viewers get frustrated because I do it to a fault. The fact is that I think he needs to be more honest about this, and I think that him playing defense for it, all it's doing is it's radicalizing people against his cause. And I think that he does have, and again, I think Hassan does have fundamentally with the Palestinians a noble cause. But when you make the people that are
No, there's no noble cause for Hassan. There has never been a noble cause for Hassan. Ever since ever since the Destiny days, the H33 podcast and shit, there was never a time where he was in in good graces. The motherfucker was shady through and through. Right? And he still spouts the same shit even back, right? Still to this day still spouts the same fucking shit. No, fuck this guy. If I ever see Hassan like around my vicinity, I might actually clack him in the fucking back of the legs. Jesus.
People that have
This
had
dude
their
is such a
life fucking destroyed.
fuckhead.
When you make being pro them, being pro terrorist group, what you do is you make them look bad. And you alienate average people against them. But we'll keep going.
Yeah.
We'll watch the rest of it.
I hate Hassan. He's a shady fucking piece of shit. Just like all of his friends that are just allowing this shit to happen.
With evidence to the contrary, Asmongold immediately said.
Oh yeah, also what is he back in his house in fucking in San Fran?
If it's true, then
By the way, this guy lives in California,
I wish you could
so
be
he's
the same.
already a
I wish he could
fuckhead.
say, if it's true that a green card holder can be deported for having connections to groups that have shown positivity towards terrorism, then he's absolutely justified to be deported. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking. And you can disagree with this, right? Like ideologically, but to say that that's not the case is completely ridiculous. It is stated that way. Do you think that Palestinians are Hamas supporters? I think a lot of them are, but I think that a lot of them also aren't. And I think that a lot of the people that are Hamas supporters are the devil you know supporters. These are people who support Hamas because while they might not like Hamas, they want Hamas to stop the people that have been bombing them. And I think
Well, I mean, it's just like how the Taliban. They are literally, they have their hands on the government. That's how embroiled these fucking people are. Like, dude, you're to take out all these fucking terrorist groups. Good luck, because day by day they keep gaining more and more followers. Right? They keep getting more and more radical. I mean, just look at Hassan. The dude's a fucking radical sympathizer.
that it's understandable that
Or well, he's a
Palestinians would
radicalized
support Hamas.
sympathizer for
I'm not
fucking terrorist
justifying it,
groups.
but I'm saying it's understandable. So I don't hold it against the Palestinians. And even if you say it's 80%, that means 1 in 5 people doesn't deserve to be fucking categorized as a terrorist supporter. That's why I apologize for it. I think it's wrong. I think
Nope, fuck you, Asmongold. I'm sorry. Nope. Nope, you're just a pussy. I'm sorry to say it. Look, there's nothing against Asmongold, but come on, dude. This dude is a terrorist sympathizer. The fact that you guys are trying to defend these fucking idiots are insane. Even Twitch, the owned fucking company you guys fucking work for, doesn't say shit. While they're banning and choosing who to ban outside of their realm. But you have this fucking asshole going on stream every day, streaming on Twitch saying this kind of shit. No, I'm sorry. The double standards, the favoritism shit, you streamers are fucked in the head. And I hope you guys get the fucking government on your asses. I hope Elon Musk fucks up Twitch. I hope so. Because you guys are shady as fuck.
I think using a
Fuck you
generalization
guys.
like that to dehumanize those people and caricature their viewpoints is unfair to them, it's unfair to their cause, and it's dishonest.
I hope
So
Elon Musk or whoever's the politicians looking into these fuckheads fucking get the ICE agents, get the FBI. I don't give a fuck. I hope you guys get fucking slammed.
law works. I mean, I don't really know exactly how the law works.
You guys should get the fine. You guys should get deported. You know what? You guys should get deported to the places you guys advocate for. Why not? You guys want to advocate for terrorism? Let's send you off to the terrorist place, right?
That's it. Yeah, exactly. Now, in my opinion, by the way,
Or the place
this is
being
still my
bombarded by
opinion, I don't
constant
wanna have
terrorist
anybody in the fucking
attacks.
country that's not a naturalized citizen that's supporting a terrorist organization. And I don't think that we need to afford the full rights of freedom of speech to people that are not even citizens to advocate for terror.
Okay, you don't like the First Amendment. That's it.
See? This is what I've been saying. What are we doing here?
You don't like the First Amendment then. You are anti-free speech. That's it. You are anti-free speech.
Oh, God. Oh, jeez. I don't know what to say.
Well, I mean, he never talks. He's never going to be serious about shit. He's always going to be trying to play the agenda game.
Hey, guys, can you be deported as a U.S. resident? Yeah, can a naturalized citizen be deported?
Right, Hassan doesn't care about what the law or the Constitution says on paper. He wants to make up his own rules, basically. And that's not how the fucking country is ran.
Short answer is yes. Well, no, you're right. They can actually still deport you if you're a citizen, but like the bar for that is like infinitely higher.
You folded, shaking my head. Wait, what?
Uh-oh.
Are they just imagining alternative realities? How the fuck am I folding? He's the one who's walking.
It's not about folding or not folding or walking things back.
Yeah, what folding? You know, see, this is the other thing. I feel like Hassan is so audience captured because he's reading some people's chats, and he's reading the most brain dead fucking chats ever. It's like, like why are you? Why did you even read that chat when it had nothing to do with folding? Like, okay, dude, whatever. I think this is just Hassan's fault in general too. Like, he literally does this to himself.
Or not walking them back. You just look at what the rules are, you look at what's written down, and it sure seems like if this guy's connected to this group, he broke the rules. I mean, we don't need, like, this is, it doesn't need to have any ego attached.
Oh, I broke the rules 100 times over by calling Twitch a bunch of fucking idiots and wanting to do certain things to them because they're fucking retarded. And they're allowing shit like this to happen. Constantly, by the way. Not only that, but they have a contract with this guy too.
this. It's a simple evaluation of words on a page. That's all. We don't need to get emotionally attached to this. We don't need to get upset about this. Just look at what's being said and see whether it's
No, he doesn't want to read the paper. When he sees the paper, he's just like, no, I want to make my own rules.
true or not. I don't think it's that complicated, is it? Jeez.
No, it is complicated because he wants to make. He doesn't want to conform with society, right? Hassan is a non-conformist. I'm surprised. You know what? I'm not surprised anymore. Asmongold is doing this on purpose. He can go get himself fucked too. I don't care. You know, all of these content creators who do this kind of shit. You know what? Karma, right? Survival of the fittest, natural selection. All that.
The underlying falsehood that he was operating off of, that he was so confidently talking
The underlying falsehood.
that has now been seen by hundreds of thousands of people. Now, the reason why we can't have a fucking conversation, even though I added him directly, is because
Honestly, fucking Asmongold is a nonconformist too,
me just get this off
because
my
he
chest.
tried to
Asmund
scam
doesn't
people
want to have a
too in his
On their last one,
in his younger
Hassan said
life
this.
probably.
By the way, Iran is actually weirdly very pro-trans, but I'm sure that you probably didn't know that. They're very homophobic,
I
but
actually didn't.
they are very pro-trans.
Weird.
A lot of
Yeah.
cultures are actually very pro-trans, way more than the United States of America.
The very next
That's
day
a lie.
after Asman was banned, Hassan was belly laughing about it. Why? Because Iran actually forcefully pushes people to sex change when they are
Yeah.
lesbian or gay as a mean to avoid persecution.
I like that they're mad that Iran is woke on trans.
Yeah,
Too woke.
Yeah, way too woke.
A little too woke.
See, and this is what weird when Hassan mischaracterizes shit too, because it's like Iran does some fucking. Islam would narrow degree with a fictional record of trans by the government, but this trans is facing very high levels of discrimination. Trans individuals facing a very high levels of discrimination. Oh, but Iran knows what they're doing. They're very open. Yeah, but so beginning in the mid 1980s, however, were officially recognized by the government, but they had to go under the condition of doing a sex reassignment surgery. By the way. So, yeah, but so this is what Hassan is talking about. Hey, you can be trans in here, but we forcibly have to fuck you. By cutting off your dick and sticking it in your fucking asshole. Anyways.
They went overboard. Okay?
Way too woke.
Iran is the
Hassan's disingenuous. Asmongold's kind. I mean, I don't want to say he's disingenuous, but he's tiptoeing.
Iran is the left
He
went
is
so
tiptoeing.
far, maybe they went out of control a little bit.
It's like they're doing what people said like Biden would do.
I said it on that conversation. I said they're doing Kamala Harris. They're doing transgender surgeries on inmates.
I'm a propagandist.
Well, no.
For the record.
I'm not calling
I'm a
it that. I'm just
propagandist.
I'm a propagandist.
I'm going to
No,
play you.
I'm saying I am.
Okay, well then I want to
I'm saying I am.
I just
before
want to
you
put
even play it.
I have not only a genuine, firmly held ideological conviction here, but I also understand.
Yeah,
the
ideological
existing
conviction of a
rules set in
fucking
place
terrorist
better than
sympathizer.
Asmongold does. It's okay.
Propagandist.
It's all right to not know everything, and I certainly don't know all of the confines of like I don't know everything about the fucking immigration law either. It seems like I know a little bit more than he does, or at least know how to correctly read and interpret the things that are
correctly read and interpret. No, you're just a disingenuous fuckhead.
In front of me.
It's like what?
Let's see if there's any more.
You're a lying,
There could be a little bit more, I don't
bullshitting
know.
terrorist
Terrorist six are
sympathizer.
out of control by Asmongold 6 hours ago.
So
Talking
he's,
about
this is the video. I
And
did.
basically,
He's
all
not
the
happy.
friends who allow you
Terrorists
to
are
do
out of
this
control,
kind
which,
of
by the way,
shit,
is true. Absolutely.
I bet
completely
you all
out of
deserve to
control,
fucking go
completely
downhill.
Misrepresenting Palestine.
Fucking
totally
Elwig
hurting
and all
the
those
cause,
fuckheads.
Like, massively detrimental. to this
Mahmoud Khalil, by the way, Mr. Free Speech Defender.
Again.
When boobs get pixelated, or when boobs are like a little bit smaller in a fucking video game, that's the worst thing that's ever happened to free speech. That's the grossest.
Oh, he's taking a jab at.
True. Yeah, sure. So you guys can.
Basically, he's taking a jab at. Well, I mean, it's not even Asmongold who did that. It was more Tectone kind of did that shit too.
See where I'm coming from, right? With like not wanting to engage with this. Why would I engage with it?
Free speech crime that Sony could commit on Stellar Blade. God forbid
I
when the
remember this.
American state actually fucking.
Well, I mean, Hassan will always be fucking disingenuous, right? He will not take a debate seriously. Same with Destiny. They will never take a debate seriously. They always do their dumb stupid games, right?
Puts down the hammer.
Yes.
And decides, we don't like what you have to say. You're going to get deported. Then he goes, terrorist simps.
We don't like what you have to say. Well, I mean, I would say that's a little bit of a, kind of brushing it a little bit under the rug there. I'd say just a little bit, right? Just a little bit.
It's awesome. It's based. As I was saying, pro-Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil was black-bagged from his Columbia University.
Black-bagged. This is like a term for what Stalin would do with people. It's, again, the emotional escalation of this. It's unbelievable.
University campus apartment by the Department of Homeland Security by ICE agents.
Yes.
And expeditiously shipped off to Louisiana. Today, in New York, a New York judge oversaw whether or not that was appropriate.
Yes.
Okay? And it's not appropriate. We learned that the Department of Homeland Security actually openly stated that there was no illegal reasons there was no law that was violated for Mahmoud Khalil's.
Which has nothing to do with it at all. This is a total red herring. It never had anything to do with a law being broken or not. Maybe you could make that argument, but that's not the argument being made. That's it. It was never the point. And so this is, again, it's capitalizing on people's lack of understanding or people's willingness to believe this. The fact is that if you're a green card holder, there are certain things that you still can't do. Like, for example, two of them are you can't vote and you also can't support terrorist organizations.
Yeah. When you're a green card holder or a visa holder, you're limited in scope on the affordabilities that the US Constitution gives to you. You're not a real fucking citizen. Right? You're a guest. And you pulling that shit inside the country like that? Oh boy. I mean, it's the same with Japan, it's the same with Korea, especially with Johnny Somali. Right? This is another Johnny Somali case. But even 10 times worse. Johnny Somali is fucking small fried compared to this bullshit right here.
You can't do either.
Especially when it comes
so
to a
it's not
fucking
the exact same thing as being a citizen.
terrorist
If it
movement
was,
that's
they'd be
trying to
able
fuck with
And
people
subsequent
constantly.
deportation or the deportation process starting, and that it was specifically because they didn't like what he was saying.
They didn't like what he was saying. Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, that's.
I mean, if that dude is literally rallying people to assault people, to hold people hostage, to vandalize things, I mean, that's kind of like get fucking ejected, right? That's your fault for doing stupid shit.
Hell, what was he saying? I wonder.
Fuck
right?
around and
I
find
don't even
out,
know
right?
What to say? Yeah, this is crazy. They just didn't like what he had to say. Yeah, I wonder why. And so, this isn't even the first time. I don't understand why this is happening. It's kind of odd for me to see this, but
And yes, in terms of Mudahar, he's an interesting.
he's even getting mad at Mudahar.
person because I used to talk to him all the time. I used to get help from him on like Steam Deck related stuff, and then he started orbiting Destiny around the same time that Destiny was like becoming super.
I'm pretty sure Mudahar hates Destiny too, so I don't know. See, I don't know. See, this is another thing Hassan does. He misrepresents everything. Right? Mudahar doesn't even like fucking Destiny.
Pro-Israel, and he noticeably was quiet on this issue. You know, he had more tweets about this. Not sure what he.
Dude, Hassan just makes shit up constantly. It's just fucking every day he's just making shit up.
Your con though, maybe you know.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
Not only is he making shit up, but he's even having people sub to him for being a terrorist sympathizer. By the way, where he's getting money for being a terrorist sympathizer on Twitch. I'm pretty sure Elon Musk and the government would not like that very much. You know. Like, jeez.
You are not pro free speech. You're not an honest person, and all you care about either in this situation, all you care about is.
This is like saying that like Hassan isn't pro free speech because he doesn't want Aiden Ross back on the platform. It's just, again, it's such an obvious misrepresentation.
Is either making money, okay? All you care about is either making money and farming this as like angling this in the least contentious way possible.
Oh, I think Aiden Ross won't be getting back on Twitch because of probably his connection with Ice Poseidon and some of those other guys. That's probably why. That's my only thinking there. Because I think he did at one point have Ice Poseidon on his stream, not on Twitch, but on Kick or something.
And make money off the backs of people fucking dying, babies getting murdered every single day by Israel.
Oh, not only that, but Aiden Ross was doing some crypto, right? The meme coin rug pull and shit like that.
Manipulation. It's again, oh well, this is about like, oh, there's babies getting killed.
There's just a lot of people on Twitch that manipulate people. YouTube, right? They're just content you gotta watch out of content creators, right? Some of these guys are just manipulators.
Now my opinion is right.
The social engineering is through the fucking roof.
Something that you're not genuinely interested in.
I mean, just take a look at Pirate Software.
You like Israel, but you're too ashamed to admit it. And I don't think he likes Israel and he's too ashamed to admit it. I think
Pirate Software doesn't deserve that. I mean, he did kind of like screwed the pooch on trying to fuck over that one guy.
How can you get mad at
over a game?
He takes a moderate position because he doesn't feel like he's particularly informed about it, and he says this is problematic, and that's fine. I feel like if you can't let people that are like, if you want to push everybody to extremism, you will, but it'll be to the other side.
Can't say something directly about Israel or Gaza because then everyone's gonna.
I mean, I already want Hassan's head on a fucking pike. The dude's a fucking terrorist sympathizer. I don't know.
His ass alive. All he does is
if I could, I'd break all the rules, but I can't.
Having the courage to talk about the issues doesn't mean that you have to support terrorism. There are plenty of people that talk about the issues without supporting terrorism or playing terrorist propaganda. What is the only way to help the Palestinians to play terrorist propaganda? How does this doesn't even make sense?
Meanwhile,
anyway, here's another one. And
not only that, but he constantly talks shit about Americans not knowing anything. It's like, dude. Why would you want to help someone who just vilifies the people who he wants to help make them help them, right? It's like what kind of backwards ass shit is that? Oh man.
Sad about it too.
Talk shit to the people that are trying to help you. And then when they be like, "Why are you talking to shit?" And it's just like, "Oh no, I was just saying, I was helping you guys." It's like, cool. You're out of your fucking mind.
Mudahar should be ideologically aligned with Hassan because of his skin color or his ethnicity. That's effectively what he's saying. He's saying that, well, you should be on my side because of your culture, and this culture should be on our side.
Yeah, I mean, Hassan is a one-dimensional fucking idiot. So, yeah. He's always gonna do this weird shit. Right, if anything, he's like a Jasmine Crockett or a Fannie Willis, right? Or a Letitia what was it, Letitia James or whatever her fucking name is. Or better yet, one of our Supreme Court justices. What is a woman? Ketanji Brown Jackson, right? Hassan acts like Ketanji Brown Jackson. What is a woman?
I don't think this is a good way of looking at it. I don't. Mudahar, he might be an Indian American, but I think he's from India. I'm not even really sure.
He's Canadian.
Where Mudahar is fucking from. Honestly,
he's from Canadian land. He's already a fucking shady Canadian person.
Future American. He's also a Canadian, born here in Canada. He doesn't live in India, as far as I know. Yeah.
Wait, future American? What are you talking about? No, he should stay his ass in Canadian land, where he belongs.
He's not an American yet.
Having said that, part of the reason why he came back was to unironically.
I don't want him as an American. He's shady as fuck too.
So insinuating that Mudahar is now being an Uncle Tom and Uncle Ruckus, and he's saying that, well, aren't these brown people all kind of bad? I'm one of the good ones. Well, I don't know about that, right? I mean, I don't think that's the case. I really don't. I don't think so at all. Perhaps he's staying cool-headed. No, the thing is that I never let things turn personal. I don't let things turn personal. I don't need them to be personal. This is a disagreement on an idea, and if people want to make it personal,
this is a disagreement on an idea of being a terrorist sympathizer and propagandist.
Reasons why I think it's bad. That's it.
About it, like
except someone wipes your rate. Yeah.
He will say, I don't have a political opinion, but then also turn around and demonstrate.
What a nice line toter fucking Asmongold is.
I think that a political
honestly, Asmongold is just doing that because he doesn't want fucking backlash.
Propaganda on Twitch. While, by the way, it was against TOS. You know, little fun.
Right, he lives his life online, capitulating to people on the fucking internet. So,
as a centrist person,
well, what can you do? Right, all these people who live online, capitulating to people on the internet, they're kind of cooked, unfortunately.
With dead people and attacks happening every day. I just don't downplay.
Right, they will forever live in that fucking cave.
What's interesting about that?
Even if they go do paid promotions by big businesses like Intel or fucking or some of these shady companies.
Well, he covered it as drama because it was regarding. So there's two separate things, and these are like concentric circles. So there's like the Israel-Palestine conflict.
I'm sorry, Intel doesn't deserve that shit.
On Twitch. So if he covers this inner circle of it, that doesn't mean that he's covering the greater issue, even though the greater issue is informing the inner circle. That's the difference.
I'm saying I didn't cover it as drama with
which, and I think it's very important because like if Mudahar had covered Israel-Palestine as like a meme and like you know, like whatever, right? Then I would have said that was disrespectful, and I would agree with Hassan. I just don't think that's what he was doing.
I mean, if you just look at Mudahar's content, he never talks about any real world shit that's going on, right? He never talks about real world conflicts. He only talks about what's happening on the internet space. Right? He doesn't let real life well, I mean, it's a little weird, but real life is bleeding out into the internet space, right? Even if you like it or not. So it's yeah, I don't know. Right, everyone's subjective in what they want to do for their content. I mean, if he doesn't want to cover real world conflicts that's on the brink of fucking people fucking fighting each other like at their doorstep, I don't know. That's on them, right?
I don't think that's what he intended on doing either.
Everyone can
Muda
talk
Har.
about
I've
whatever
spoken to
they
him
want.
multiple times. No, I don't know him well. I would say like I'm, an acquaintance so far. But I like the guy. I do. I like the guy. And it's conflation. Yeah, exactly. The things that were being said on Twitch are in some cases kind of separate from the actual conflict itself. Like these two things are. It's like two separate realms.
This tweet, okay.
Yo, Jidion, thanks for 5 subs, man. Appreciate it. Hope you're
Yeah,
doing well,
I don't
man.
do this, and then
Keep
ends
fighting
up
the good
doing
fight.
it.
I've been watching
I
you.
responded with, "We were a year into a
Jidion.
This is a game where you're into
Oh,
a
I
genocide.
turn
This is,
to the
again,
good Lord.
another,
Just like those OnlyFans
I hate
models.
that argument. Well, it's just to play the
I'm
moral
sorry.
high ground.
I'm
It's to
sorry.
play in the moral high
I
ground so
didn't
you
mean
can
it like that.
grandstand.
Video on the topic. It downplayed and ran defense for Asmon's takes, while the bulk of your commentary revolved around how evil the pro-Palestinian streamers were from clips you compiled off Snark subreddits. 990,000 views, though. And then I said, just gonna leave.
I watched his video about me. I don't think that he really defended me. I think that he just said that I misspoke and I was talking about Hamas and not all Palestinians, which is effectively true. But I misspoke and that's my fault. So that's not really defending, it's clarifying.
This year.
Let's see here. I think we've got one more. Oh, here we go.
This time, for much of the time frame in my coverage on Israel-Palestine, I haven't really hyper-focused on like a bunch of these drama slob tubers. I think Bad Empanada has done a decent job. Bad Empanada has done a decent job of like going after some of these guys, at least like by.
Oh yeah. So yeah, so basically Bad Empanada is the one who keeps going after Ethan Klein for some reason.
By breaking down the lack of arguments that they're posting on their videos, right? Because normally you would think like, okay, these guys don't have any.
Basically, Bad Empanada is just like Hassan. He's another sympathizer.
They're completely
for doing horrendous stuff
they're
to people.
Irrelevant, right? Like real things are happening in the world. And
Also,
these
they
guys are
make shit
relevant.
up
They're not,
constantly.
because as a
Just like
collective,
Denims,
they
just
have
like
the capacity
Frogan,
to
right?
basically fucking
They all make shit up.
inform a lot of uninformed people for much of the
Empanada, the guy was banned off of Twitch for playing a game that violated TOS. I just don't know the guy. I don't want to make a lot of opinions on him because I just simply don't know him. That's all.
The clips were actually sourced from the creators who streamed them. No, they weren't. You fucking took clips that were directly out of context from fucking Destiny's subreddit.
All roads.
Yeah, and he always keeps bringing up Destiny.
The thing is that, to Hassan's credit, I'm sure there is a degree of this that's true, that a lot of people in Destiny's community do work in cryptic ways to make Hassan look bad. I think that the constant boogeymanning of
Well, I mean, you always have right. I'm pretty sure every time Hassan gets on, you always have shit stirrers from like people's communities trying to get right,
Anytime Destiny would say anything,
trying to get
like
Hassan
that,
to
there
say
would always be
certain
a bunch of
shit and
posts
fuck
from
with
people
them.
that are from his subreddit that would post it on
I mean,
Reddit.
I would
It is
assume
true
it
that
would be
sometimes
the
they
same
do.
with
That's what
fucking
every group
Asmongold
does.
too.
That's what every community does. Destiny's community.
Right,
is
people are
very,
just trying to stir
aggressive.
shit up
They
on
are,
purpose.
But at the same time, that aggression doesn't matter. The main thing that matters is the actual subject material, right? Yeah, the facts matter more.
Where a lot of this stuff comes from. It's okay. You don't have to admit it, but we know that that's what a lot of slop tubers do. It's not just Destiny subreddit either.
And this is again, a delegitimization of Mudahar, slop tuber. Now Mudahar,
Yeah, I kinda
is
see.
positioning himself as above Mudahar. A sense of
Well, I mean,
authority. Like, you see
Hassan's
how
more of
this
slop tuber because all he does is go on the internet and talk about terroristic shit all the time.
No, I don't think Hassan's a slop tuber. I don't think Mudahar is either. I think this is just a pejorative term that Hassan is using to delegitimize Mudahar, and I think that it's inaccurate.
Oh no, I think he's a slop tuber. The dude just goes on the internet to talk about terroristic shit. And then to talk about how much he hates America and how much he wants America to burn and how much he loves terrorism.
They literally, most people that make these kinds of like drama-centered.
Well, he lives fat in his California mansion with all that shit, weird shit. He has all that shit behind him. Look at him.
That is the level of research
He's right about this. That's true.
that most people dedicate to teach.
Also, I noticed this a lot about streamers too that do that whole background thing. You guys are fucking weird. Fucking nerds.
channels and
I mean, I'm a
drama
nerd
channels in
too, but
general.
you
I
guys
think
are
this
worse.
is an abstract accusation.
You guys are
that
way worse.
implies a lack of credibility, but this
You guys
isn't
actually
really
have the
accompanied by
disposable
any
income to be
example or
fucking
any
weirdos.
specific case of an inaccuracy. It's not done out of any sort of authentic viewpoint. It's done to delegitimize the opposition.
But yeah, notice how there is no statement here. Okay, notice how there is no like evidence here. The evidence is Twitch is allowing violent and unfiltered rhetoric, or you're downplaying rapes.
They are. Hassan didn't get in trouble, and again, I'm not advocating for Hassan to get in trouble now.
Fuck you. I want Hassan to get in trouble. I want all you guys to get in trouble. Because fuck all you people. Same with Twitch. I want Twitch to get in trouble for the most part.
Believe in the statute of limitations. I'll say it again. But at the same time, he did play terrorist propaganda. He interviewed a terrorist. These things happen. Unequivocally, these
You
things
guys
happen. This isn't a
deserve
debate,
all
right?
the
It's bad.
trouble.
Shouldn't have done that.
Like, did this person read the UN report?
I hope Twitch gets slapped. I hope
It
Twitch
wasn't
gets
about the UN
fined.
report. It was about Twitch doing something wrong. So the thing is that this is again an appeal to some form of authority. Well, he didn't read the UN report.
I
The
want.
video's not about the UN
This is
report.
gonna
The
sound
video
fucked
is
up.
about
I want
and
Twitch
their
to crash.
policy and how they apply their
Maybe that'll
policy,
stir
and
some
if
shit up
people on
for
the
them.
platform are breaking that policy. It's not about the issue itself.
Watch like the Cheryl
Maybe when they
Sandberg,
feel some
and the reason,
actual
by the way,
pressure
this is
of
an
their
appeal to
company
authority
going
is because he's
downhill,
sourcing an authority
right?
that's
Then
not
they
relevant
actually
to the
have to be
topic. When your doctor
competitive.
tells you that you need to stop eating Cheetos because you're getting fat, you can't tell your doctor that he's making an appeal to authority because he has a relevant contextual knowledge about the topic. An appeal to authority is when you reference authority or a degree of awareness that's not relevant directly to the topic, which is what Hassan is doing right here. Didn't he dismiss the UN report? Well, whether he did or didn't, it's completely not relevant to the video.
Atrocity propaganda flick and then develop his opinion on this issue? Did he read any Israeli newspapers or American newspapers on the matter? And that's how he came up with this idea that like mass rapes had taken place. Screams without words propaganda
What do
piece
you
that
mean?
was immediate.
There's literally interviews of those people coming out and saying they got. Like what? See, this is another thing. I guess he doesn't. What am I even trying to defend these fucking asshats? I will never defend Twitch streamers. I'm sorry. They're all fucking shady.
Immediately undermined, by the way.
Well, there were also the women that came out and said that they got raped. I mean, there was that too, and it should be acknowledged that it happened. Unless all the
Especially,
women are lying. Hey, maybe
especially
they're all lying.
streamers that aren't even fucking U.S. citizens. I find them the
But is that the hill
shadiest.
to die on? And I think that optically it hasn't been.
And
I
the
think that
people who
optically
are
it's been
in the
bad for
country
Hassan.
who are brigading as U.S. citizens but are actually fucking terrorist sympathizers deserve the fucking pike as well.
Quite an accusation to make. To be fair, he's reading a chat message. It's
I don't give a
is just
fuck.
simply reading what somebody else is saying. But I think that what that person is saying is bullshit.
Well, I mean, people say bullshit all the time. Hassan is a dumbass too.
I don't like that. I don't like that these guys' only politics is basically so many slop tubers online. Their only frame
My
of reference
politics
for
is I hope
politics
you
is just
streamers
like,
get
this
fucked
guy is an avatar for
royally
progressive. A
by
lot
the
of people
government.
fucking hate him for that reason. I'm just gonna shit on that guy, and it's a cowardly way to say your.
I hope the
position
government
without saying
carpet
your
bombs your
position.
bitch asses.
I'm a liberal, but honestly, I don't really like this guy who is seemingly far too progressive for me. Guys, I'm one of the good ones. Come on, I'm a centrist, and it's very frustrating.
Well, a liberal isn't a centrist. Like, I don't know. I mean, I don't think so. I mean, I guess maybe they could be, but to me, I don't think that they are.
It's very frustrating to see that shit. It's
Oh no, I want the
it's
worst for you
infinitely-
people.
it's
You
infinitely
guys
better
are
if you
shady
just
as
don't even
fuck.
entertain this stuff at all. You don't bring it up. You don't get into it. You don't throw your hat in the fucking ring. It's all copy paste.
You
too.
guys
It's
are
all
tired
copy
of
paste.
living.
It's all
I think that's
ridiculous.
why.
Well, the reason it's
You guys are
copy-paste is
way
because
too
people are
comfortable.
talking about the same topic, but I think that that's basically really it. Okay, so that's basically it. I think that I've pretty much established the way that I feel about it. I think that Hassan has framed it in a disingenuous way, and I think that the support of this guy, I think just categorically and according to at least like my understanding of the law, is really misplaced. This Mahmoud Khalil guy. I'll say also that I think he deserves a fair trial. I think it's a really important topic, and it's something that it's directly related to me. Obviously, I've got people talking about me and like my opinions about this.
He deserves a trial. Motherfucker isn't a U.S. citizen. Why would he get a trial? Also, that's a waste of money. They should just deport his ass and be done with it. Fuck.
There's people calling me a racist, a fascist, you know, a Nazi, etc. for this kind of stuff. Of course, I'm going to express my viewpoints on this.
Well, I view you as kind of a terrorist sympathizer because you just allow Hassan to just spew his shit, and you allow all these other streamers to spew their shit too. If anything, Twitch is a terrorist sympathizer company too, because they're allowing Hassan to do all this shit. And they're getting paid by all these weird fucking people who are tipping them and donating to, or tipping to them to say all this weird fucking shit. So, yeah, you guys are cooked.
Course, I'm going to
I don't trust
defend
any of you
myself
people.
to an extent. I hope that whatever rights he does have are followed, and I do not support any revocation of those rights. I think that even though I disagree with what he's doing, and or like I disagree with him being here, I don't think that, you know, that means that he shouldn't, you know, be given the fair treatment, right? Hassan was right about one thing, is that a lot of people watch my videos, and so I want to make sure that people have. And of
Oh yeah,
course,
I watched
mean,
him.
You know, it's
Oh
his
yeah.
right to respond to
Sometimes.
anything that I'm saying, and you know, to give his perspective on it too, and to disagree however much he wants.
I think you're an
that's
enemy,
totally okay.
just like
But
fucking
this is what my
Hassan.
perspective is, and I think that this is a very fair perspective, and it's a genuine perspective that I think is shared by, I would say, the overwhelming majority of the country. That we don't need to have people who are not citizens coming into our country advocating for.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I do agree with Asmongold here.
So yeah, terrorism is too vague
But
of a term.
I
right
still
now.
think Asmongold
Okay,
is an
maybe
enemy
you're right,
sometimes.
But I think that any
because of some of the
reasonable
shit he
person would agree
says.
that Hamas is a terrorist organization. Like I would say that like that's definitely, you know, like there's a gray area and then there's the black and white. This is on that side.
I would not want Asmongold on the front lines with me. That's all I'll say. He seems like a flaky person.
Let's get into it. So first,
I definitely would not want Hassan on my fucking side. I would put a bullet in Hassan before he gets on my fucking before we even fucking touch that goddamn trench. I'm fucking putting a bullet in Hassan. What the fuck is going down? That dude's gonna get you killed. Alright, if anything, Hassan's just like a Johnny Somali who needs to get fucking got.
let's get into it. So first let's do the Atozu video. So I'm going to review that first, but here's his video. Now, this is part 1 of 2, apparently, of his coverage. which is
Legal
disrespectful
mindset.
IRL streamer destroys his life.
Right now
for
he's
4
covering all
us.
the stuff
So
with
I'm
Johnny
featured in a good
Somali.
amount of this, but I also wanted to give some narrative because I feel like, you know, I can give you guys some background and what's going on with some of this. So without further ado, I'm going to play this video. Also, big ups to Atozu. It was great meeting him and his team. They're really good people, and I think they have a really good production. So I can give them a stamp of approval on their coverage in this.
1116
Oh,
charges were
wow.
read by the prosecution. The prosecution
Streamers and
reads out 3 charges
YouTube
against Ramsey.
content
1,
creators
disruption
with
of business.
teams. Oh
Ramsey
my
entered a
god, oh
7-Eleven and began drinking
wow.
alcohol, which is illegal in Korea. When the elderly shop owner asked him to stop, he became verbally abusive. He threw ramen inside the store.
Oh
and
yeah, I saw
continued
this
drinking
one.
anyway.
Yeah, this one
He
was
played
pretty
This is
fucked up.
obstruction of business.
Yeah.
So this right here carries a penalty of up to 5 years.
Oh yeah, he was drinking in the business, and they recently stopped that. Right, they stopped people from doing that, or they made it a law. Not you can't do that anymore.
And this is one of the more serious charges. There are 2 counts of obstruction of business. This incident in this video is one of them.
Loud music, danced drunkenly, and harassed customers as they entered. His actions caused financial harm to the business and emotional distress.
Was he
to the owner.
drinking in there,
The
too?
prosecutor's language mirrors the strict legal vocabulary used in the previous drug dealer's case that we witnessed before Ramsey's case, emphasizing the social damage that
Yeah.
Ramsey's actions
So yeah,
caused.
drinking. So right there. So drinking. Ramsey drinking alcohol, which is in the 7-Eleven, which is illegal in Korea. You can't be doing that.
Case. emphasizing the social damage that Ramsey's actions caused. 2. Public
So
harassment.
what? And let me go back to this. What this means is that the language that they used for this disruption of business case is a type of very serious language. So that means the prosecutor was taking things seriously. We previously watched right before this, we were in the courtroom and they were calling other cases. We watched the case of a drug dealer. They were putting Ramsey on the level of a drug dealer. There were also cases of fraud and financial crimes, some of which they actually didn't use that very serious language. Korea is one of those languages where you can say things in a more harsh way or a more neutral way or a lighter way. And it was only in Ramsey's case where he was paired with a Persian drug dealer who was dealing meth. He is literally on the same level as a meth dealer. Language matters a lot, and this is the stuff that's completely lost on Johnny, and it's also largely lost on Hank too, because his Korean is not that great. I'm not even sure he kind of gets the intonative differences. But it's really a point that needs to be hammered home, that the prosecutor was not playing around or joking about this. This was not funny to him at all.
Ramsey's case, emphasizing the social damage that Ramsey's actions caused. 2. Public harassment with a rotting fish. Ramsey carried a rotting fish in a plastic
So
bag.
here it is. Here's the rotting fish. So he walked around and he harassed people with this rotting fish in a plastic bag.
Yum.
And this is
How
part
tasty.
of the Minor Crimes Act, right? And
Oh
you
yeah,
can
the
see
fucking police right there too.
police there for him on this.
Yeah.
Because he was going around harassing people with this rotten fish. And that is a Minor Crimes Act. Probably could have even been charged higher than this, but still.
Passengers asked him to remove the fish from the bus. He ignored them. He randomly approached pedestrians with a rotting fish, disturbing social order and making people feel unsafe. Upon hearing about the rotting fish, the judge slightly tilts his head and reviews the charges, seemingly in disbelief. However, he remains stone-faced and does not comment. And
So the judge almost slipped up. The judge almost not laughed, but was like, "What the?" Like it's like probably like, this guy is an idiot.
the third charge is lewd conduct on public transportation. Ramsey was accused of suggestive dancing and playing loud music on the bus and in train. He was specifically accused, in quote, of twerking, which is in Korea.
I'm not doing it. Oh yeah,
Yeah, that's
this was the
insane.
statue Johnny twerked on.
And that's apparently the
That's
first.
the one in Itaewon. That's the one in Itaewon. But he was also charged really for twerking and loud music on the bus.
I'm
and
surprised
train
they
as well.
actually
So
used
he was going
twerking as the
around
term.
and doing that in public, which
Because
twerking,
usually they
once
would
again,
put
this
dancing
may be the first time in a
instead of
criminal
twerk.
case
They
that you
actually
hear
used
the word twerking. It
twerking.
may have been like
What
contractual
the
to a word,
fuck?
but probably in a criminal case, first time using that word. But this is for his behavior, and it's the Minor Crimes Act. For both the Minor Crimes Act charges, both the public transit, twerking, and the fish, those are fines and under 1 year. Typically, they're just dealt with by fines, so they're typically just finable offenses, or under 1 year in prison. And the obstruction is 5 years. So.
Time the word twerking has ever been used in a court case in Korea. 1118, the unexpected fourth charge.
So
The
here we
judge-
go. Nobody knew about this. Now Ramsey tries to pretend he's like, oh, I know about all these charges. And remember, the paper that he showed was actually from the Eastern District. It wasn't even from the correct district. This case was in the Western District. So this fourth charge, it's for obstruction of business. So he doesn't know the details of this charge. I mean, him and his lawyer probably just have noticed that there's another charge. Maybe his lawyer might know it's obstruction, but they appeared really confused.
Judge asks Ramsey if he's received a letter of the fourth charge. Both Ramsey and his lawyer appeared confused.
So once again, this is the professor saying this, not just me. His lawyer was confused. Ramsey was confused. Neither one of them was aware of the additional charge.
The lawyer receives a new charge and reviews it. Then the judge
he's reviewing it on the spot.
Asks the defense how they wish to plead. Ramsey's lawyer states that he pleads guilty to all charges except for the new charge, which they have not yet reviewed. The judge asks how much time the defense requires. The lawyer requests 3 weeks to review the new charge. The judge then
I'm
grants the
surprised they didn't just say guilty to that one. I mean, I guess they can't really do that because they don't, right? As his lawyer, he has to take a look at the charge and actually read through it. But fuck, man, that's annoying.
Request. And then the hearing of
at
the
the
fourth
last
charge is scheduled
second
for
to be
April 9,
slapped with
2025.
another
Ramsey
charge.
no longer smiles and appears very concerned. 11:20. Judge's final word. The judge sternly warns Ramsey to not be late for the next hearing. The judge looks mildly annoyed. which in Korean culture indicates that he is actually very annoyed. 11
Yeah, because that's the point there. In Korean culture, like if you're showing you're even mildly annoyed, you're probably extremely annoyed. Um, so they're saying literally, hey, don't be late. Like, and if you're late, there's going to be serious punishment for it. Again.
22. Court adjourns. We stand and exit the courtroom, leaving Ramsey behind. After the hearing, a journalist asked Ramsey why he wore a MAGA cap and kept putting it back on. Ramsey responded, "Because I can do whatever I want. Korea is a vassal state of America."
A vassal state of America, which actually, I think it's related to having military bases, saying, oh, because our military bases, but essentially calling us a vassal state. A vassal state. That's a very detrimental thing. That's essentially saying it's a slave state.
Again, that is a quote from him. His freedom is in Korea's hands right now. And remember what I said about him pleading guilty? Well, that's exactly what happened because, he showed up drunk and pled guilty to 3 of those charges, which means no matter what, he's going to become a convicted criminal in Korea because he just pleaded guilty. So he's now banned from Korea when they finally let him leave here after he's...
Correct. He will be probably permanently banned from Korea. That's most likely what will happen. Even if on paper it's 5 or 10 years, most likely it'll be effectively a permanent ban. They're just going to be like, this guy's not worth the trouble.
Well, isn't it the same way with Ice Poseidon when he got kicked out of some of those countries? Right. Oh, you dumb fucking idiots. I hope you guys all get fucked in the back. Oh, man. You guys always do your dumb shit on IRL streams and you get fucking people caught, right? It's just citizens who are just minding their own business. And you fuck with them constantly. It's like, dude, you guys deserve to get the fucking pike. You fucking idiots. Right? They're basically essentially the pranksters, the pranksters that never stopped doing their dumb shit, and they just got worse and worse. And it's weird how Asmongold just allows that kind of behavior to just fester in this fucking community. This is why I don't like streamers in general. Because they're just a bunch of lying fucking... They're all doing their shady shit behind the scenes, right? All they care about is making their money on their fucking... on their stream. As soon as that gets disrupted, then they're gonna be like, oh fuck, right? As soon as Twitch goes down, ooh boy. Or as soon as any of these other platforms go down, ooh, I wonder how streamers are gonna feel. You guys are just a bunch of walking billboards and paid actors. Just like fucking people, just like Hollywood. Bunch of paid actors.
At Trump Tower, some protesters had to be carried out by cops. Roughly 100 people arrested for storming the building, demanding the release of Mahmoud Khalil from immigration detention.
Right, no amount of charity work that people do, no amount of goodwill that you try to foster. Right, there will always be those times where you've done that fucked up shit that I know you've done. Just keep fucking up. It's great.
The Palestinian-born refugee who led last spring's Columbia University
Everyone's going to hell, right?
was arrested last week near his home. Supporters calling the
Everyone's meeting that fiery good hell.
free speech despite having his green card.
One of the most common questions that I hear over and over again is, why are they doing this to us? We're standing for peace. We're standing for justice. Why is this happening?
Flash mob
What do you mean?
protest group
You go into their business and you start disrupting their business and disturbing their private business, like during work hours too, probably. Yeah, you're gonna get the fucking cops that get called on you.
Jewish Voice for Peace police organized the symbolic sit-in at the president's New York property.
Demanding that his unconstitutional abduction be revoked, demanding...
Unconstitutional abduction? What are you talking about? There is no... under the rules, there is a law. It's not under the Constitution. It's under stipulations. I'm back, my Asian bromie. Hey, you know that one activist, pro-Palestine activist that got caught? You can go with them too. You can get deported with them too. I don't give a fuck about you. Fuck you. What'd he do? He decided to rally a bunch of people to fuck up Cambridge University, and then he's trying to come over to the U.S. to fuck up the U.S. and probably fuck up schools too. That's what he did. He's a shitster just like you. He's your friend. A terrorist sympathizer shitster. Muhammad Khalil. Was he legal? No. He was under green card. And then he decided to do illegal shit. So now he's getting deported. Well, I mean, yeah, he was legal. Yeah, fuck that Mexican. He's not Mexican. He's Syrian. Bro, what the fuck is wrong with you? You're so fucking brain dead.
Khalil was arrested for supporting terror group Hamas.
The Trump administration
The same
has
shit.
no interest in Jewish safety.
Oh,
They are co-opting
See,
anti-Semitism as their
see, this is why people hate Americans.
and I won't have it.
Jesus Christ. The stereotype just never ends. Yeah.
Two groups in regular civilian attire with their protest gear underneath.
In fact, the 30-minute demonstration left Mayor Adams troubled.
He literally expressed that concern to me, and later on today we're going to have a conference call with the police commissioner and as well as PD folks to find out what happened.
Hey, they taught me this, man. You mean in 4th grade? Where what, like 29% of the students don't know how to fucking read or write? Is that you, man? Were you in 8th grade where you were like 31% and you didn't know how to read or write? Fucking Christ. Why are you like this? Oh yeah, there was another plane crash. This time at Denver International Airport. Or well, it didn't. Well, it wasn't a plane crash. Sorry, it caught on fire. Sorry. Sorry, very different. But still, the fact that it caught on fire is kind of sus. Before takeoff, I'm guessing. Yeah, right there. People survived, yes. It was just smoking. No, it wasn't mid-flight. Oh, the engine just like fucking caught flame. Jesus. Well, something happened. I guess when they spun up the engine, it just fucking overheated or something blew up. Denver. Diversity. It's DEI again. Fuck. God damn. I'm pretty sure it wasn't DEI. It was probably just some malfunction. Oh, there you go. Putin pushes back on Trump proposed ceasefire. Can you take our retards and send them to the front line? Can we ship our retards to you so that you can use them as cannon fodder? I know some great people. There are a bunch of streamers. I'm sorry.
с предложениями прекратить боевые действия.
Russian President Vladimir Putin said on Thursday that he was open to a U.S. proposed ceasefire in Ukraine, but said many issues still needed clarification and that any truce would need to address what he called the root causes of the conflict.
Первоначальные причины этого кризиса.
A day
Cheeky
earlier,
breeky.
Moscow presented the U.S. with a list of
Breachy.
demands to end its war in Ukraine, including
Slavo
preventing
you,
Kiev from
Slavo you, Russia.
foreign troops in the country and recognition of Russian sovereignty over 4 provinces it claims to have annexed. Earlier this week, American and Ukrainian officials agreed to an immediate 30-day ceasefire, and U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that Russia's response to the offer would say a lot about Moscow's true intentions.
So we hope to have a positive answer from them. The ball is truly in their court.
Donald Trump had said in the White House on Wednesday that he hoped the Kremlin would agree to end what the U.S. president called a bloodbath.
And hopefully we can get a ceasefire from Russia.
Well,
and if
oh,
we do, I think
yeah, he probably wants the 4 annexed land, right? The annexed land back. Yeah, he definitely wants the land.
Putin thanked Trump for
I remember when I was flying on a plane, I was paranoid from watching too many 9/11. I fell asleep and I heard a hard thud. I thought we crashed, but no, we landed. Fucking idiot.
Might call Trump to discuss the issue. If Putin's answer seemed diplomatic, Kremlin aide Yuri Ushakov was more blunt when asked about the U.S. proposal for an immediate truce.
A temporary ceasefire. What does it give us? It gives us nothing. It only gives the Ukrainians an opportunity to regroup, gain strength, and to continue the same thing.
I mean, in a sense,
Putin
yeah.
sent tens of thousands of Russian troops into Ukraine in 2022 in what he calls
Yeah,
special military operation.
I mean, I could understand what he's thinking, right? By that time, by that 30-day time, right, they could have already amassed armaments, right? They could have amassed more troops. They could have made different right? I was even accepting the fact that that was going to be a possibility. This fucking guy.
Triggering the largest military conflict
You have
in
no
Europe since
faith,
World
huh,
War II
in
and the starkest
humanity,
confrontation
eh?
between Moscow and the West since the end of the Cold War. After severe setbacks early in the invasion, Russian forces have been advancing since mid-2024
Nope, gotcha.
and controlled nearly
You're
a
just like
fifth
me
of
then.
Ukraine's territory. And they seem close to completely retaking a piece of Russian territory in Kursk that Ukrainian forces captured last summer. In a sign of the Kremlin's growing confidence, Putin donned a military uniform for a visit to his commanders in Kursk on Wednesday and told them to finish the job, quote, in the shortest possible time frame. U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff is in Moscow Thursday to meet with Putin to further discuss the proposed ceasefire.
Them army fatigues. Uh-oh. Putin getting down to business. It seems like Putin wants to put some bullets in people. What is this? Idas versus Amaranth? What the heck happened? Oh. I guess she can't make it as a OnlyFans porn tuber anymore. She's getting beat out by Amaranth, the promoter of fake shit and being a weirdo. Okay. It's funny how many people run defense for, like, I don't know. There's something about certain streamers that are just, I just can't put my finger quite on it. So fucking shady.
This committee are good people. They're honest and caring people. And that's why
Honest and I'm sorry. Honest and caring people. No, I'm sorry. Honest and caring is hard to come by nowadays. Especially when there's a lot of people on those fucking internet who do shady shit. And who act like they're caring when they're actually not caring at all. They're pieces of shit.
understand why you would relegate this committee to no longer being of significance.
I lost faith in life the time when I was in 6th grade. I didn't know how to do my math homework and God didn't answer my... There's something wrong with you. Please come down to heaven and help me with my math homework to the point I was crying like a little bitch. Well, too bad you're not gonna get help anytime. You're still not gonna get any help, by the way.
You will do whatever Elon
I was
Musk
around
and
12 and I
Donald
grew up in a
Trump
religious
tell you to
household.
do. Where's the independence of the committee?
That dude was just like, what the fuck? What just happened?
Where's the independence of the committee? Where's the legislature? We're an equal
It's
branch
just
of
like, what?
And you start off with a blather, and yet look
Go
at the
back?
blather, and you start off with a
What?
blather.
What do you want?
Where's the legislature? Trump tell you to do and resort to saying you will do whatever Elon Musk and Donald Trump tell you to do.
he's taking double takes. He's like, what is
Where's
going
the
on?
independence of the committee? Where's the legislature? We're an equal branch of government. And you start off with a blather, and yet look at the empty seats here. Where's Elon Musk? I'm sure he's a genius and is a very credible person because of the wealth he's accumulated. But that does not put him above the law or the responsibility to come before this committee in this Congress. If he's so great, if these plans and all the fraud and abuse that he's found are so eminent, why isn't he here explaining it? You know why. Because he's out to privatize Social Security.
That's a big claim to make.
Talking exactly about Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, and what he intends to do. Privatize it. The American people, some of them may have been born at night.
Privatize it!
People are aware of this. Every single one of your districts, all the money that comes in monthly, and you have not done, you as a Congress have not done anything in more than 54 years. And now you have someone coming in to privatize a system, something you have longed to do going back to
It was like a scene from a political movie.
because Elon Musk
Oh, this is a clown
the
show.
best thing to do. President Trump has called Social Security a scam. Elon Musk, as chairman, as Mr. Neal said, called it a Ponzi scheme.
Well, I mean, the government is a Ponzi scheme, though.
Your district.
Twitch is a Ponzi scheme. Just look at it.
Of the more than 198,000 people in your district.
Yeah, I'm always tossing shit at fucking streamers.
And you won't even let the person who's planning to privatize it, who's telling the big lie in front of everyone.
You're a Ponzi scheme? Exactly.
Bold as he possibly can, saying, this is what we're going to do. The Congress is in our back pocket. We don't even have to come before.
What's a Ponzi scheme? This fucking guy. Pyramid scheme.
We control the Senate, and we
Oh,
control
well,
the
yeah,
presidency.
it's pretty much the same.
And it's the tyranny of the executive. It's why these resolutions were first adopted.
What's the government's name for
The
it?
executive branch does not have
Embezzlement or fraud or some shit?
a legislature unless you have a willing party that says, no, we're going to do exactly what you tell us to do, Mr. Musk and Mr. President. It doesn't matter to our constituents. It doesn't matter how much money they are not going to receive. We're not even going to tell them the truth about what's going to happen to them.
Oh, how are you going to be a coder if you suck at math, by the way?
Being shut down, and personnel, as Mr. Neal said, Dan, after you cut and eliminate the people, say the agency isn't responding accordingly. No other agency operates for under less than 1%. With that, they administer to over 70 million people in the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly.
Bruh, I'm Asian. Math is in my genes. You're a fucking liar, dude. Why do you keep lying?
Can't bring people in front of this body? If he's right, if they're so good, if they're so just,
You just don't want to be deported today. I hope you get deported.
people about it. They're not, because you know the truth.
God.
It's about privatization.
Why you don't believe me? God damn it! Well, I mean, because of what you did ever since the beginning. Enough time. This is your own doing. This is your own making.
One sensitive IRS system because the IRS did not take action to suspend or disable the contractors from the IRS.
Oh yeah, wasn't Mr. Sam Kim streaming today?
Where was the outrage then?
Did you check him
So
out
if
today?
Democrats were serious about protecting taxpayer information, they would have raised concerns about this report.
Was he still
and
streaming when
articles
I
that
got on?
ProPublica and the New York Times
Oh,
published
no.
using
I
illegally
guess he
obtained
just got off
taxpayer information to publish
when I got on.
stories attacking President Trump and other Americans who had their data stolen. Instead of raising concerns,
The streamer that's a lot better than you? I mean, I have a real
disclosure of
life.
taxpayer information, including President Trump's, to
I mean,
attack
he does
him
too.
and other Americans.
I mean,
for
what,
political gain.
what do you want from me? You want me to capitulate to you? You want me to suck your dick? Is that it, you fucking weirdo? I'd fucking rather stab you, to be honest.
Without a yield.
Miss Plaskett.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a point of parliamentary inquiry?
Or Mr. Yes.
Also, Sam does a lot of fucking what? He does a lot of those weird, he capitulates to his stream. He capitulates to weird people.
To come and testify
before
the committee, because we are happy. I think
I mean, I hate that Sam is more animated than me. Also, I'm not Sam, by the way. I'm not as nice as Sam is.
We'll take it under advisement.
I missed the 2015 dream. What the fuck are you talking about? I was literally a fucking college student.
Democrats are demanding answers and fighting to protect taxpayers' privacy and access to their Social Security benefits. Elon Musk Doge has pushed.
I mean, I haven't changed. I'm still the same person. I just hate you more.
On millions of Americans. These include the essential system.
Or well, I just hate people more.
Pay its bills, database that stores tax return and Social Security data used to set and pay Social Security benefits. These databases include highly sensitive information, including taxpayers' Social Security.
I saw some old VODs. You were a nice motherfucker back then? No, I wasn't.
Republicans are letting an unelected billionaire ransack our government. It's not just dangerous, it's potentially illegal. We need to know what information Musk has access and what Doge has done with people's personal information, especially if Musk tech bros have stolen information for unauthorized purposes. President Trump has made it clear there will be no guardrails or oversight on Elon Musk and his department and agency heads.
Well, I was nicer back then because I wasn't fucking watching this bullshit back then.
Prevent fraud. But Trump has fired them all.
I wasn't watching news and I wasn't watching the dumb shit people were doing.
Congress has the power to
Instead, I was just playing video games.
And it is our duty to protect taxpayer and Social Security
Literally all I was doing.
That is what Democrats are trying to do today.
Stayed away from the political sphere.
Before the committee, and all they do is demand information regarding Doge's intrusions at Treasury, IRS, and the Social Security Administration. We're asking whether
now all I do is watch some of this stuff and play some video games
Social
now.
Security numbers and benefit information,
Whole
addresses,
life
tax
has
debts,
changed.
wage records, and bank information. We need to find out what's going on. But we can only do this.
Not only that, but I gotta find a job soon.
Colleagues join
So
us.
I probably
And
won't
that's
be
what we're
streaming
asking
much
them to do,
longer.
to join us. Republicans either,
I mean,
in
I
my
might
opinion,
stream from time to
either
time,
don't
but
want to know what's going on, don't care what's going on, or too scared of Musk to do anything about it. And trust me, I get it. Musk has a $500 billion baseball bat that he's willing to use electorally to make sure that any
I'm
of
an
you who
unk
step
now.
out of line
Shut the fuck up,
puts
you
you back in
weirdo.
your place quickly. So I get it. I get why you're scared. I get why
You're
not
like those
receiving
gangbanger kids who
information
get
and
caught
Social
up in the
Security
fucking
information
criminal
of
system.
Millions of Americans. I get it. But we need
Saying
you to
all
have
that dumb
courage.
fucking
We need you to
slang.
step up. We need you to actually protect your constituents.
The
Because
fuck?
what's gonna
Well, it's
happen
true.
Is when Elon
That's
Musk
what
does all
retards
the
say.
damage and he's gone, you will be holding the bag. And then there'll be no one there to protect you. So don't let him bully you guys into like not doing your jobs. We need you to do your jobs. And listen, I get it. It's basic math. You have more votes than us. You can vote anything down that you want. But we need you all to step up and protect the American.
I'm not a retard, I'm just slow. Isn't everybody?
Mr. Swazi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a lot of back and forth here about a lot of different things. It's hard to figure out what to focus on. I think we all want to try and get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse in government. It's a major problem. It's going to require us to work together, less finger pointing. It would be great if we could get Mr. Musk to come in here and outline different ideas he has for cuts, and then we could vote on it through what's called the rescission process. That would be a great thing if we could, Mr. Chairman, I know you're going to take it under advisement, but it would be great if we could get Mr. Musk to just come here and sit here and lay out the different cuts that he thinks that should be made to the federal government. I think, there's a lot of back and forth here. Mr. Smucker was talking earlier about the deficits. I mean, we just voted yesterday. You guys voted yes. We voted no on a budget with $6.75 trillion in expenses.
Yay, more waste. Waste my time with people, waste my time with politicians. Everyone's a waste of fucking time.
Thank you to
I remember this. Still can't believe this image wasn't created by AI. Thank every Democrat you see for supporting police body cams. I'm not a waste, right, Dream? No, you're garbage. Just like every fucking human being on this planet. I'm garbage, you're garbage. The top streamers are garbage. Politicians are garbage. No. Everyone's garbage. We eat garbage. We shit garbage. We spew garbage. Garbage, garbage, garbage. Gonna go to bed? Alright, have a good one. No, wait, come back. It's your friend. It's your favorite popsicle and lollipop. Has the roach in it. I don't know why he put Hassan Piker in this book. Maybe a new flavor? I don't even know how he got there. Dude, that's insane how this roach got in that. New fear. I'm coming to kill you! Oh, in real life! I wonder if he banned Sam Hyde's name in his chat. I kind of want to check that now. I think I have to go into his chat now and check that one of these days. I'm gonna just type in, "Hey, do you like Sam Hyde?" Oh, is that Fousey? Playboy Cardi fell asleep and forgot to drop the album. Who? I don't know who that is. I'm sorry. Some rapper. Academics just called Playboy Cardi on stream and it went to voicemail. Wait, why is DJ Academic still talking? Isn't he in some legal shit? Oh, well, actually, he's still streaming shit. His I Am Music album. Oh, must be a new flavor? That's a... Travis Scott, Future, Little Uzi Vert, The Weeknd, Skepta. The what? Dude, who the fuck talks like this? See, this is what I mean. Like, you got fucking people... you got literally rap artists and R&B artists turning kids into this fucking weird slanging retard. God. I don't understand why you guys do this. God damn, that's enough to kill someone. Oh, Jesus. Close and open. Spotify $5. Still seeing the new car. Oh. Is this still on Cardi? Okay. 5 posts on just music. Just stupid fucking music. Gotta love the stereotypes, yeah? God, I'm such an asshole. Chuck Schumer is a Palestinian as far as I'm concerned. He used to be Jewish. He's not Jewish. He's Palestinian. That one was pretty funny. I don't know why he said that. Don't know why he did that. No, I can't even hear it.
Schumer is a Palestinian as far as I'm concerned. You know, he's become a Palestinian. He used to be Jewish. He's not.
God damn it, Trump.
Is a Palestinian as far as I'm concerned. And Schumer is a Palestinian as far as I'm concerned. You know, he's become a Palestinian. He used to be Jewish. He's not Jewish anymore. He's a Palestinian. Okay. And Schumer is a Palestinian as far as I'm concerned. You know, he's become a Palestinian. He used to be Jewish. He's not Jewish anymore. He's a Palestinian. Okay.
That's a good one. I'm Jewish. I'm the real thing, baby. Oh yeah, didn't he get called out right here?
He spent the last 4 years accusing President Trump and his supporters of being insurrectionists, and you're rallying people up outside the White House.
What do we got here? Real Madrid robbing UCL matches since 1998. Oh, and it's in. Offside goal by Mijovic. Boom! Ooh, right in the shin. Yeah, fucked. Boom, headbutt. Oh, kicked in the door. Oh, that's unfortunate. Wait, what? Offside goal. Ooh. Bayern. Wait, Bayern Munich? Oh no, just Bayern. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, people make weird I mean, it's the same with NFL. Sometimes the refs make some weird plays. Uh, 80% of Americans, the greatest threat facing the United States is its own president. The Washington Post. 80% American. It's time. Secure psychiatry. Oh, it's all of Trump. Yeah, you had Bill Burr's fucking wife flipping off Trump. The View. Okay. Well, what are the drunk women want? Oh, you cannot illegally arrest and detain legal U.S. residents because of their political views or opinions. In America, we have little something called a First Amendment. What? Get the fuck out of here, Bernie. Shut the fuck up. Hope you fucking die soon. That old age is coming in quick, ain't it? I'm so sorry. I fucking hate some of these people with a fucking passion. All they do is bitch and moan, did nothing to get fucking shit done. Instead, they just sat on their hands and got pegged by the other politicians. Oh, is this the CIA bitch? Oh, okay, I don't want to listen to her dumbass. You should go kill yourself. Mute. Right, The View. Kill yourself. Kill yourself. Find a noose. Find a noose. Jesus. Oh god, Rosie O'Donnell. She's in Ireland now, apparently. Thankfully. I mean, it didn't really do much, to be honest. Like, no one even cared to begin with. What do y'all think she's doing right now? Probably getting pegged again. Cop gone wild. Megan Hall ditches police uniform versus Scrubs post. 500K settlement over alleged officer grooming. Jesus. He loves trains. I can't believe landed my dream job working for Amtrak. I've always loved riding trains. Now I get to ride city to city and get paid for it, and everyone was so nice to me on the first day. God didn't even know what to do. A drug dealer call her the... Oh.
This is quite possibly the dumbest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. You are reporting that someone stole the drugs that you were trying to sell them.
Sir, I'm broke. I'm just trying to make a little bit
At what
money
point
here.
does this make any sense? At what point?
It doesn't make any
At what
sense.
point do you think telling the cops that someone stole...
I'm being honest. He's not being honest. Where's what he's...
Are there drugs in this car?
No, there isn't.
There be no drugs in my car.
There
She'll
isn't.
carry.
There
She'll
isn't.
carry.
469. This is the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life.
469.
Oh, Lord. Where are you at?
Oh my God.
This is quite possibly the dumbest fucking thing.
Yeah, there's a lot of dumb shit in this world, right? This is why people hate America. It's because of that dumb shit right there. Oh, Jesus! They put fucking... God damn it. That's so fucked. Oh, that's fucked. Goddamn X-ray. That's how it got by. They're probably gonna have to cleanse that soon. According to them, the picture on the left is domestic terrorism and the one on the right is people, Libya with Gaddafi. Libya with American democracy. Pro-Hamas protester, you go fuck yourself, dumb. I love Hamas. Terrorists are already here. Hey, look, it's a Hassan. I'm just kidding. Hey, this is Hassan's people, right? This is what Hassan wanted, right? To go terrorize people, right? This is what Hassan wanted, right? This is what Twitch streamers wanted, right? This is what Asmongold... I'm sorry. Asmongold. I'm just throwing Asmongold under the bus because I don't care, really. All streamers get thrown under the bus. Every single one of them, even the nice ones. You all get deported together. Right? Everyone's going together. Everyone's going into the trenches, into the meat grinder. Let's go, meat grinder, let's go. Into the machine, let's go. Everyone, into the war machine, let's go. Hup to, war machine, let's go. Even Twitch, let's go. War machine, the war machine, war machine. Even the women get turned into the war machine too because that's what they wanted, right? Right? Equality, right, women? Where's the warmongering Hillary Clinton? Right? And the Michelle Obamas. Where's Big Mike at? Liz Cheney, sorry, not Dick Cheney, but his daughter Liz. Yo, where you all at? This is what you wanted, right? Let's go into the war machine, everyone. Let's go. Come on, let's have some fun. It's a bloodbath, right? Oh, it's gonna be a bloodbath. Oh, Trump said the bloodbath. He said it. He's Hitler. He's a xenophobic. Free Palestine, Hamas flag, death to America. Yes. I can even do you one better, right? Oh, look at this fig. Hey, take a look at this rat. This rat motherfucker. Die, rat motherfuckers. What was his name? Fucking that guy from UCLA. Who wrote death sentences. This guy. Yeah, manifest play. Oh, Matthew. What's his name? Matthew Harris. Here it is. Oh, but it's the audiobook. I don't want the audio. Should have it. I have to log in. No, they make you log in now. Fuck. But yeah, this is the one. Dude, I read some of this shit. Dude, reading some of this shit is insane. He said some shit in here. It's so fucking hilarious. Dude, some of the shit he said in here is fucking... Dude, I feel like we should do some ratings of it. Oh
Death
my
sentences
god.
by Dr. Matthew C. Harris. Dedication. This is not for them. Do not disturb me. A person's voice is, clearly, very personal. My ancestors were enslaved about 25 miles from where I fled from grad school to the north to avoid racism. They fled the same path from Oxford, North Carolina to New England after slavery. Duke was the most racist hole I've ever experienced, and even within the philosophy department I encountered racist shit that should not have been tolerated in this century. The cracker advisor will let niggers starve if he notices nigger is looking at...
Okay, I gotta stop it right there. Throughout his whole manifesto, he makes some very, very racist comments. It's fucking hilarious. Oh my god. The dude goes off on a deep end. No, I'm gonna save this for later. Oh man. It's so fucking hilarious. But yeah. Hassan should make one, right? Because he loves doing that type of shifts. Oh, fuck. George Floyd was convicted of felon who went to jail for 8 times. He held a gun to a pregnant woman's stomach during a robbery. Mohammed Khalil led a violent protest at Colombia in support of Hamas. He led a campaign of terror against Jews. There are heroes to the left. Jesus. Who's this? Who's this Ollie London TV? Holy fuck! Jesus. Author of Gender Madness, media personality, news contributor. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I bet fucking Hassan is a George Floyd supporter. This reminds me of 7th October Massacre. Oh yeah, just beating people up, yeah. Yeah, this is what Hassan wanted, right? Yeah, this is what Hassan wanted, right? People getting beat up. This is a wall with the name Hamas written on it. It was kissed by Muslim women. If they love Hamas, why don't they go for Gaza? Oh, them burning the flags. He's been arrested, detained, and deported soon. They kidnapped him! They kidnapped him! No, he's being deported, you fucking idiots. He doesn't deserve to be on American soil. Just like the rest of you motherfuckers. You all should be deported with him, too. Same with Destiny. Deport his ass, too. Trump did it! Trump did it! Trump did it! He got dicks! Trump did it! Trump did it! You guys are a bunch of little fucking children and bitches. Y'all deserve the pike. Y'all deserve to be made examples out of. If I could take on a crusade, oh boy. Oh boy. There'd be a lot of people. Aisha's eye surgery today related to cluster headaches he experienced 2 years ago. What? Huh? Federal layoffs? Uh-huh. I'm gonna tape it as what? Oh god, fucking. JD Vans drinking a lot of booze. Snip! Yoink! Yeah, I mean, at this point, you should just... They got the human centipede link. You should tape them all together. Stop screaming like a little bitch. You guys did this to yourself. They're all screaming like little bitches when they're getting detained. Fucking move, motherfucker. Drag, bitches. No, you're... Oh, get fucking tossed, bitch. Hassan would be like that. Screaming like a little bitch when he gets detained. Maybe he'd go full sovereign citizen and be like, "You can't do this. I'm invoking my rights as a..." Get the fuck off her! No. If anything, I'd fucking slam these people's face to the fucking asphalt.
We're credentialed press.
We're credentialed press! No, you lying sack of shit. Oh, wait, you're talking about the Freedom News people. Sorry, my bad. I thought they were talking about one of the activists who were lying. Yeah, them barricading and right, that's like, dude, what are you doing? That's against the law, by the way. Especially to a government institution to do that. Asmongold on his alt account is the most watched Twitch streamer in the past 2 weeks? Oh yeah. I mean, it's obvious. Who's Cadriel? I'm guessing these guys are like pro, like, esports guys, people, yeah. Oh, what happened to like Jinxie and all those children stream? I'm so sorry. I'm being an asshole. Where's Twitch's fucking 0.5%? Where's the 1%ers? What happened? Is it just Asmongold? Oh, what a sad fucking platform. Fuck is this? It looks like DLC. It's not. Yeah, judo doesn't work like yeah. Yeah, if a person's just not like putting any force, that much force onto you, and is just like holding you in place, like, yeah, it's not really doing it. He's gonna eat shit, isn't he? Oh! Got him. Oh, it's Barack Obama.
Billions of dollars in programs that a lot of people care about. But what should be easy is getting rid of the pointless waste and stupid spending that doesn't benefit anybody. Waste we should be getting rid of, even if we didn't have it.
Anyways. Boop, boop. Boop, boop.
If we address the massive deficit spending, the sort of the waste in the government, then we can actually address inflation. So provided the economy grows faster than the money supply, which means you stop the government overspending and the waste, and the output of real useful goods and services exceeds the increase in the money supply, you have no inflation.
Your rockets are blowing up and the government's blowing up. So why don't you go back to your day
I mean,
job
those were test rockets,
and work
but
that
okay.
out? And leave those of us who do government to do government, because you can't do both. And clearly you're failing right now at both.
But you don't even do government. What? You people don't even do government. What the fuck are you people talking about? What?
Why don't you go back to your day job?
Why don't you shut the fuck up?
Why don't you go back to your day job? How about you croak faster? You senile old bitch. Hmm? Yeah, I can say the same thing about you, huh?
President Trump is meeting with the Taoiseach of Ireland today. It comes as the European Union announced it's punching back against new 25% U.S. tariffs on all steel and aluminum imports. The EU says it will impose new duties on U.S. goods, including textiles and agricultural products.
Tariffs are taxes. They are bad for business and worse for consumers.
Imports account for an estimated 25% of steel and about half of aluminum used in the U.S. While the producers of those metals are applauding the president's new tariffs to spur domestic production, other industries are bracing for increased costs. Jim Tobin is the CEO of the National Association of Home Builders.
We've seen some estimates that say that it could be up to $10,000 per home that these tariffs could increase the cost. But we're waiting to see. It's still going to be months before these tariffs truly find their bite and we see the impacts.
The administration is also moving forward with slashing the Department of Education, announcing plans to cut the workforce by nearly 50%. Among the more than 1,300 employees who received layoff notices Tuesday, Dallas-based civil rights lawyer Brittany Coleman, who's also an Education Department employee union leader.
It's very disappointing to know that the work that we do to try to help our students get great educational opportunities was not valued.
The Department of Education says it will continue to deliver programs including student loans, Pell Grants, and funding for special needs students. Teachers groups have slammed the cuts. The National Education Association says the real victims will be the most vulnerable students. Natalie Brand, CBS News, the White House.
I don't know. It just seems like Trump is going after some of the teachers' unions that have been doing some weird shit. But what do I know? What time is it? Okay.
Do you know the number one cause?
What does this have to do with red or
I'm
blue?
about to. Can I finish my question? Do you know the number one cause for children underperforming in schools right now?
Bad educators.
They're
hungry. As a
no. Let me
Does it really think Elon's running around saying, let's starve children?
Why the fuck do you care what Larry Fink says? The dude just invests money in fucking businesses. The dude doesn't know what the fuck is going on day to day in the education system or the fucking the middle income people, the working class or the poor people, the poverty stricken people. This fucking asshat doesn't care.
That's not what he's doing.
It doesn't matter if he's.
The motherfucker lost a lot of money in crypto because he sided with Sam Bankman-Fried. A lot of these people who fucking Biden's government, right? A lot of NFL, a lot of famous sports people and famous people got caught up in Sam Bankman-Fried's bullshit. Right, how many of them created fucking crypto coins too, huh? How many of them made meme coins and failed?
If he's
trying to do it, he's doing it.
It matters if it happens. He's finding waste in government.
But dispassionate speech is why no one ever cuts the government.
That basically wraps up the current state of CNN in 30 seconds.
No one trusts the government. No one trusts the politicians. No one trusts the fact that there's people that trust content creators are fucking insane. Some of these content creators are shady as fuck, and you just trust them wholeheartedly. Like Jesus.
It's traumatic and it gets lost.
Some of these people are fucking scumbags and you do that shit. It's like, geez, you're not getting anything back.
Elon's not cutting enough. Cut 20% more. Now, get your spreadsheet out. These are the names. Whack everybody and then 20% more, as we do in the private sector every day and have done for 100 years in private equity, and hire back when the organization gels. That way, the demoralization only happens once. You don't want to cut multiple times.
But in that,
more whacking.
Let me just, can I explain to you that this is when running.
You don't need to explain it to me. I know how it works.
But no, you don't, because when you.
Actually, I do. I've done it multiple times.
But yeah, that's in the private sector, and you cannot run.
This is worse than private sector.
You cannot run everyday government the same way you run the
fat dripping with waste government.
I'm not talking about fat dripping with waste government.
What do we have?
What if I told you in the South right now in red states? Do you know the number one cause?
What does this have to do with red or blue?
Can I finish my question? Do you know the number one cause for children underperforming in schools right now?
bad educators.
No, hungry. As a
So this group of professional yappers are well
all
aware
the-
of the rampant waste that Doge has been discovering.
Yeah, I mean, you
but
just
they conveniently
you
forget
get on a bunch of fucking news anchors and a fucking investor who only cares about his pockets. It's like what? It's like what? Obviously, you're gonna get this dumb shit.
about all of it to hide behind the kids.
I mean, just look at
as, of
streamers.
course,
They don't
Hunter affects
even
your
they don't
ability
even
to
talk
learn in
about
schools.
social
But
or
they're addressing
issues,
COVID-era
social
spending
issues. They
they
don't
created
talk
during the
about fucking
lockdowns, and how they should no longer
politics.
be paying that out. Not everything created during a crisis
And there's a
should be
reason for that.
irreversible like their
The only
Patriot
thing
Act,
these
but they're so used to
streamers
being
and
able to
people
silence
talk
any
about are
forms
their
of criticism
drama
by simply
issues
saying,
and their day-to-day lives where they're capitulating to their viewers or gushing over top
they're also
streamers.
trying to pull that move too. Good to know the
Like
Democrats are
fucking
still
famous
consistent in
people.
this.
$900 billion is spent across the states and local level on public education.
Gushing over the iShow speeds or the Kaisen.
Education. And so, you know, to me, you see this pattern occurring, whether it's the education department
Trying to be the next fucking Logan Scumpaul or
then state governments are going to follow suit and feel emboldened to create a more privatized system of education versus public education. And who ultimately suffers from that? Poor and people of color. So
Good to know the Democrats are still consistent in this.
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
Oh
As
god.
it's not only this soft victory of low expectations, but the idea that they are well aware that the system is broken, but they would rather leave it broken than let Donald Trump.
No,
and
the
Elon
system
Musk
isn't
get a
broken. It's
win.
just the people are retarded. Yeah. It's just people are just retarded. That's all it is.
To advance our children. Why? Unions. Unions that keep mediocre teachers in place in every high school in America when we should be firing them. You want to talk about whack as our theme tonight's show? I would like to fire teachers that don't wait. And I'd like to pay a lot more to the teachers that advance math and reading scores that push our system forward against every G7, G20 country. We have broken the system long ago through unions, and this is very unpopular.
But what are those cuts actually
What it means is
impact
the lowest paid person in America that deserves a lot more money is a great teacher.
I agree, as a
and we
former teacher.
can't, in the system of unions in America, we keep mediocre.
I get paid nothing, and I can teach a bunch of people shit.
And
But
again,
will
this
they
is not
listen to
only
me?
the truth,
Probably
but
not.
something that definitely needs to be addressed. But when Trump finally does, they're outraged.
They're just taking opportunity away from kids that don't have it. Don't take away their opportunity.
Oh, it's this bitch. Yeah, the education department lady. Yeah, no, this lady's a big ass fucking scam.
Really angry. I taught kids in Clara Barton High School in Brooklyn, New York.
Well, maybe it's because this means cutting positions like hers, where she rakes in over $500,000.
Yeah, it's like,
9 times
what?
as much as the average teacher. And
Yeah,
if
it's
she
like,
tried to-
what? How does... Excuse me? How the fuck do you make more than American? Like, half of... Like, you make more than 80% of Americans. Like, what? Actually, 80%... That's a little much, right? Maybe, like, 75, right? Maybe, like, 70.
in over $500,000, 9 times as much as the average teacher.
Yeah,
And if
like
she brought in an
99.
era of higher learning and success within our public
90%
school
of...
system,
Yeah, she
and
makes
some kids
way
that
more
sound
than
like me,
the average
by all
person,
means,
that's
she
for
deserved
sure.
every penny. But if our average high schooler can't read at their grade level, let alone compete in science or math with Chinese kids their same age, she needs to be
Correct.
immediately removed and paid
I mean,
back
just
every
look at
penny
Twitch
because
streamers,
we
right?
deserve a refund.
The most
And if it was
dentage
your
people
kids
on the
suffering
planet.
the consequences of her ineptitude, you would want that too.
Sorry, I'm not. I keep giving streamers a lot of shit because streaming isn't technically a real job under the government's purview. Because they don't get any 401k, they don't, right? It's purely an entertainment thing. In terms of moving society forward, they do nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing. Right. And in terms of I hate to say it, but streaming is escapism. Right. That's why I give it. That's why I call it Plato's cave, right? Allegory shit, and that's why I bring in Aristotle a lot. Cause yeah, that's, I mean, people just go to this platform to escape fucking reality, and just look at half of the people on the fucking platform. They're all fucking neats and brain dead people who only fucking play video games.
You were willing to sacrifice the education of your own children just to stifle Donald Trump and Elon Musk. And sadly, that's exactly what the Democrats are doing.
He talks about some of the violence that's been going on around the country at dealerships. Some say they should be labeled domestic.
I will do that. I'll do it. I'm going to stop him.
He should. Honestly, he should. Because there is called domestic terrorism.
Because they're harming a great American company. When you do that, those people are going to go through a big problem when we catch them.
There is something called domestic violence, isn't there?
Is Tesla not a great American company?
I didn't say he.
He's doing something that's been so needed for so long. He's just simply saying, look at what I found here. Look at what I found here. Look at the waste. Look at the fraud. Look at and you
They're doing a terrible job. The thing
and
that
if you
the thing
don't
about
like
that
it,
clip.
you don't have to do anything about it. But he's pointing it out. This guy.
Well, first of all, we should say this.
He's a hero.
He's a friggin' hero.
Everything O'Leary said is true, but the Democrats have officially become the party of anti-Trump, and they've lost their entire identity. As Maze Moore on X points out, Elon Musk would be a hero for the Democrats of yesterday.
I will not deny for 1 second that there is waste and fraud and bureaucracy in almost every government program out there. I think we got to take a hard look at them all. And I believe that in addition to the Pentagon, we can save hundreds of billions of dollars a year by eliminating unnecessary bureaucracy.
We cannot keep our promises on Medicare. We simply must make the cuts in waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicare so that the benefits and the premiums are untouched.
A third of all of the spending that's done in Medicare, Medicaid, I would imagine a lot of it's in the private sector as well, doesn't go to really good health care, goes to other things.
Sad how liberals of the 2010s could
Oh,
finally
wow.
get everything they voted for, but only by voting for Trump in 2024, all while freaking out those same Democrats that claimed to want this in the first place. The only difference being is those establishment Democrats have now all mysteriously become multi-millionaires off their much smaller government salary, which reveals why the modern-day Democrats are doomed to disappear like the Whig Party. As with free-flowing information on the internet, liberals are finally discovering that Democrats have zero consistency other than their protection of the establishment. You can't rely on them to follow through on any of their campaign promises, but you can rely on them to protect their shady interests. I even remember 2 years ago I covered the protests when Roe v. Wade was repealed. All these
Libs
women's
get
rights
rid.
activists were marching in the streets, but were angry how the Democrats controlled every branch of the government for years.
I mean,
and did
all
nothing to
streamers
codify
are
those
basically
rights into
like
law. But when the
fucking
Republicans finally reversed it,
Democrat
only then did their
socialist
local
people because
Democrats
they
start
want to
fundraising
fucking
or fighting for their rights
live their
again,
life
where
off
they
the fucking
realized their
internet
rights weren't
and
something
live their
they were
life off
interested
of
in
people
protecting.
and
They were just
promotions.
talking points and campaign promises they needed to raise money and get reelected with. And that moment red-pilled a certain group within their movement.
Streamers
but this
are
whole wave
forever
of Democrats
walking
defending,
billboards.
At best, wasted tax dollars, and at worst, money laundering shows not just women's rights activists, but every American taxpayer.
Then again,
The
everyone's
Democrats
a
don't
walking
see your
billboard.
struggles as something to solve.
Just give
They
them
see
enough
them as
money to
something
be a
campaign
billboard.
on. So if you appreciate my concise, light-order commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, hopefully I've earned your subscription, then go check out the video on how California's governor started a podcast, but it immediately backfired.
Yeah, Gavin Newsom should just go noose himself too. I don't fucking trust that piece of snake oil salesman fuckhead. Pelosi needs to croak soon too with their dumbass fucking hip replacement bullshit. Old ass bitch. Still in the fucking political atmosphere. Somehow. Some of these people need to get kicked the fuck out of their fucking positions. Fucking terrible people.